To kick off. At this time, I would ask everybody to pause as we have Ms. Emerson Blanick of Tom Green County 4-H bring us our invocation.
Please stand if you're able, bow your head, and take your hats off and join us in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, as we gather here today, we thank you for the opportunity to come together and the blessing to be able to showcase our livestock projects in which you have created. Please grant us the strength and confidence to present our livestock with pride and honor. We ask for your guidance and blessings as we enter the show ring, that we may demonstrate good sportsmanship and respect for our fellow competitors. May the judge have wisdom and fairness in his decision, and may our livestock showcase their best qualities. We appreciate the hands that have worked so hard in making this day possible. Please bless the organizers, volunteers, and everyone involved. Lord, help us all to remember the value of teamwork and the joy of learning from each other and from each experience. We thank you for your undying love and the friendships and memories we create today. In your name we pray, amen.
Thank you, Emerson. And now, if you will, please direct your attention to the American flag as Ms. Colette Sharon of Alpine FFA brings us our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Outstanding. Thank you both. Okay, once again, our odd-numbered Class 1 goats and odd-numbered Class 1 Southdowns should be checked in. If you have not done so, please do this. We're going to get started here in just a minute.
From the chutes to the stalls, barns to the big leagues, Sullivan Supply has you covered with innovative products designed for success. But it's not just about the products, it's about the experience. Our dedicated team is passionate about providing exceptional customer service and understands your unique challenges and goals. For us, it's more than just a business. It's a genuine commitment to our industry. With Sullivan Supply, you can trust that you're not just a customer. You are a part of our team, driven by passion, innovation, and excellence. Sullivan Supply, committed to you. From the chutes to the stalls, barns to the big leagues, Sullivan Supply has you covered with innovative products designed for success. But it's not just about the products, it's about the experience. Our dedicated team is passionate about providing exceptional customer service and understands your unique challenges and goals. For us, it's more than just a business. It's a genuine commitment to our industry. With Sullivan Supply, you can trust that you're not just a customer. You are a part of our team, driven by passion, innovation, and excellence. Sullivan Supply, committed to you. From the chutes to the stalls, barns to the big leagues, Sullivan Supply has you covered with innovative products designed for success. But it's not just about the products, it's about the experience. Our dedicated team is passionate about providing exceptional customer service and understands your unique challenges and goals. For us, it's more than just a business. It's a genuine commitment to our industry. With Sullivan Supply, you can trust that you're not just a customer. You are a part of our team, driven by passion, innovation, and excellence. Sullivan Supply, committed to you. From the chutes to the stalls, barns to the big leagues, Sullivan Supply has you covered with innovative products designed for success. But it's not just about the products, it's about the experience. Our dedicated team is passionate about providing exceptional customer service and understands your unique challenges and goals. For us, it's more than just a business. It's a genuine commitment to our industry. With Sullivan Supply, you can trust that you're not just a customer. You are a part of our team, driven by passion, innovation, and excellence. Sullivan Supply, committed to you. From the chutes to the stalls, barns to the big leagues, Sullivan Supply has you covered with innovative products designed for success.
Our lamb judge today is Mr. Miles Gibbs of Del Rio, Texas. Miles' family is his wife Heather and daughter Pat. They live on a ranch in Val Verde County. Miles is a graduate of Texas A&M. His family has raised a Grand or Reserve market lamb at every Texas major and has raised 3 consecutive grands at the Houston Livestock Show. Miles has a long experience of evaluating market lambs. We're really excited for him to be here today. Let's give him a round of applause. Our goat judge today is Mr. Shannon Scotton. Shannon lives in Nevada, Missouri, where him and his family raise show cattle. He grew up heavily involved in the livestock auction that his family owned and operated. Shannon attended Fort Scott Community College and Missouri State University, where he was a member of the livestock judging team. His family has shown all species of livestock, and now they enjoy judging shows and working with young people. We're excited to have him today evaluating our market goats. Let's give Shannon a big round of applause. numbered Class 1 South Downs and even numbered Class 1 goats can check in at the RSG staging area. Once again, your even numbered Class 1 goats and South Downs should be checking in. We're excited once again this year to have Devin Fisk Photography as our official show photographer. They do an outstanding job. You can view and order photos online at devinfiskphotography.com. Be sure and check them out. Thank you, exhibitors. All first and second place goats will have hair pulled on them, so we will need a parent or advisor for the first and second place exhibitors for each class of goats today.
Get to the lot. Just go and bring them in, but be right there as tight as don't get right there. Yeah, don't get tight.
Thank you, lamb exhibitors. Validation number 134258 on the lamb side. 134258. You need to check in. goat side, tag 130804. You are needed at check-in. 130804. Your odd-numbered Class 2 South Downs will be checking in next. Your odd-numbered Class 2 goats will be checking in next as well. Want to share a couple of opportunities coming up. March 14th and 15th of this year, the Texas Sheep and Goat Raisers Association will be having a stockman sale here in the Gandy Inc. Sales Pavilion. This will include breeders, wool sheep, hair sheep, and meat goats and mohair goats. So be sure and visit with the Texas Sheep and Goat Raisers Association to find out more information on that. We also have some flyers for that event. In June of 2025, June 15th through the 19th, we will have the Texas Youth Sheep and Goat Tour. This will be for incoming 9th through 12th graders. or visit the Texas Youth Keep and Go program Facebook page for updates. Again, that is June 15th through the 19th, Texas Youth Keep and Go Tour. Once again, our odd-numbered Class 2 Southdown and odd-numbered Class 2 Goat. You check in at the RSG staging area. Thank you, goat exhibitors. We are still missing 11 goats for Class 2 odds, so please check in if you have an odd-numbered Class 2 goat. appreciate it. On the market goat side, we have the Texas Goat Breeder Association support. The TGBA is an organization of Texas goat breeders who support and recognize Texas youth who buy goats from Texas goat breeders, who are members of TGBA and show those goats at Texas major stock shows. The top youth eligible for premium with TGBA tags will receive $100 when they place in premium lists at Texas major stock shows. The TGBA was formed in April of 2019 and is open to any breeder of goats in the state of Texas. The TGBA would like to thank the San Angelo Stock Show and Rodeo, the Texas Validation Committee, county agents, and ag teachers for their partnership and support. The TGBA is committed to providing support to Texas 4-H and FFA goat exhibitors. Tag 132421 on the goat side. 132421. You need to check in.
Sorry, I'm not hitting it.
foremost, I'd like to thank San Angelo Stock Show and Rodeo for the invitation. And I'd also like to thank the Texas Lamb Breeders for putting me on the ballot and giving me the opportunity to come. It's an honor to get to sort really great livestock, and by no doubt in my mind, a better set of kids. So I look forward to the next 2 days. We'll just keep chipping through them, and hopefully at the end of the day, there's a pattern there that a guy can gravitate to and you can follow. But I appreciate the opportunity to start on these lightweight downs. Let's give these youngsters a really nice round of applause for a really nice set to start. I thought that the young lady brought us the sheep that was just the most combinational in terms of type and kind. He's a little taller at the top of his shoulder than his classmates. He's got just a little more neck and extension today, but when we get up on top of him, from the center of his spine out to the turn of his rib, he just comes open and he has a really nice shape to the center portion of his rib, and then he progressively gets bigger in his skeleton as we transition from front to back. I know the buzzword in the industry is cage, 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 and that's all good. You just keep bringing that cage, but man, when we walk up behind them for the next 2 days, the back door better be bigger than the cage. That's all the way I can explain it. I'm not opposed to the cage, but they got to be manly when we get in there behind them. This thing does all of that. Young lady brings a superstar to the front of this class. I think the young lady that brings us the second place sheep, when this thing hits the ground running, he's dead level in his spine. You love the transition from hook to pin. Just very, very nice here. Out to the top of his dot. He's probably just not quite as extended. He may be just a nickel more traditional in his down breed in terms of the shortness of his neck. And I don't want to hold that against him, but he just doesn't have quite that youthfulness to his neck and his shoulder, maybe as the class winner. But when you put your hands on him, that thing touches super good. He's super fresh down his back. He's got a big rear end in him and a super big ribeye. I think the muscle sheep that follows him the best stands right here in third. Square at the ground on his feet and legs, but when we start studying him from his slumming to the bottom of his chest floor starts to want to run away from him just a little bit today. We'd like to push that up a little bit, drop that flank, and balance those lines ever so slightly. That's a very, very good sheep to stand in the top 3 here. And if we could just change a few things about him, I think he becomes more competitive with his 2 up front. I think the 2 sheep that have more holes in them in terms of just sheer composition, the young man's 4th place sheep here, tall fronted, but if we look right between the base of his front wheels, and we'll transition that also to that 5th place sheep. He just gets a little narrow right through the bottom of his cavity here, and then what happens is when we get up on top of his spine, he doesn't come with quite as much shape down his top as those 3 in front of him. And if we stand right out there where you are, we want to just see him maybe just a little square out to the top of his beard today, and maybe just make that just a little boxier shape. He wants to drop the pin ever so slightly, and then just get just a nickel flatter in the center of his leg. The really racy extended sheep, I love the way that this sheep comes out of the top of his shoulder. I like the levelness and smoothness of his lines. His spine sets in him exceptionally well. But when we just look at him right at the ground today, he puts his front feet a little nickel together. His back feet want to get a little narrower as he travels. We just want to put just a few more biscuits and gravy in that one in terms of muscle and texture. And then that thing could be really wicked if we could just beef him up, and then he walks to the front of the class. Let's give these youngsters a really, really nice round of applause. Excellent coaching.
Well, guys, I just want to say thank you just real quick here. I know we got a lot of them to work through, and we're going to get moving through them here. Just needed to get a little gauge and get out here and get started and see what I was up against here. And it kept just maybe a few too many in this first class here and took a little extra time. But I tell you what, I really appreciate the opportunity to be down here. I got a call right after I judged the does last year to come back, and I tell you what, I've really been looking forward to this show. Really a neat show, a lot of great people involved, and like I said, just really appreciate it. You get out here in this first class and a really a nice lineup here, and we get our first 5 out here, and I like all 5 of these. I think they all bring some positives to the table, really some high quality, high end goats that can get out here and get around and look the part, but when it all boils down to it, I thought we had a pretty nice winner get up here in the front of this lineup. This young lady here with the pink shirt on, she's going to have our class winner, and this is a good looking devil here. He's really balanced is the word I would give this guy here. Gets out here, plops up so good from the side. Get out here, and his lines are good. His top line hangs in him good. Underline's very, very good, and this guy get up on top of him, and he handles accordingly just like you would hope. He's got a neat hind leg and a hip, and whenever he gets out there and works around the arena, he's real flexible out of there as he works out of the top of his hip and he works out of his hind leg. Just a real trendy, good-looking one there that I like to go ahead and lead us off. Is he perfect up in his front knee and the way he sets those and the way he goes to the ground with his front feet? No, he's not. That's where we'd like to change him, but by no means is it a deal killer. That's a really nice one to get out here and lead us off. Congratulations to you and your crew. A real solid one comes out here into a real powerhouse, the one that you get in front of and you really appreciate him. The way he opens them up in his chest, the way he leads into a great big blade and forearm is the one that comes out into, and I like that kind of stalk, and I was drawn to him when you come in. He's bold in his forerib. He's got a big barrel in that guy. Get up on top of him. He handles big, square, and fresh in him. I think the difference between those two there is whenever you just look at them, just in terms of the presentation, the balance of them you get from the side, the one that's out here in 2, he's not as neat in his chest. He's not as neat at the point of his shoulder. When he gets out on the move, just doesn't carry himself with the same kind of presence, that same kind of elite look as the one that goes out ahead of him. A real high quality one here comes out in 3rd, and this is a good looking one here when she gets him plopped up from the side. He's tall fronted. He's really long up through his front end. He really blends together so well. When you judge him there, all the pieces kind of fit and look the part out here. The drawback to yours, sis, is when you get him out here and get him on the move, he doesn't want to handle his front knee quite as well. He gets just a little tighter in his hip and doesn't get out and go quite as good as the other 2 that go out ahead of you, but really a high quality, really fresh handling one there that I like a good bit. Good kind of solid goat here. Comes out in 4. There's not a lot of holes in this guy here, and he just kept working his way up the lineup. He's one that's got a good set of feet and legs. She plops him up and gives us a nice look from the side. Got a nice handle to this guy as we just get him out here in a show ring setting, not quite as elite in terms of his head, his shoulder, his chest, the amount of bone this guy's got in comparison to the ones that go out ahead of you, but a really nice one there that fits in 4th, I think, very, very well. A good goat here comes in this black-headed one here in 5 in terms of just rib cage and handle. This one here is extraordinarily good. Got a nice shape, and in terms of just carcass merit and composition, I think he's very, very good. For me, he gets just a little plainer in his chest. He gets a little plainer in his head, and for me, a guy that likes him just a little stouter in terms of the bone work and feature, he gets just a little frail in terms of his rear leg and foot, but I think a nice solid one with not a lot of holes in him here. I think this is a really good way to get out here and get us started. Nice one to win, good one to slide here in 2nd. If you guys would, around ringside, there's a big crowd. Let's give all these young people a nice hand as they get them headed out of here.
Results from Class 1 Market Lamb. In 10th place, we had Sydney Montgomery, Nolan County 4-H. Breeder was Jenny Show Lamb. 9th was Ruby Matthews, Brewster Jeff Davis County 4-H. Breeder was Flanagan Stokes South Downs. 8th, Carson Stevenson
Livestock. 7th, Ellis Irwin, Lubbock Cooper FFA. Breeder is Jennings Showlam. 6th was James Wilkie Schultz, Guadalupe County 4-H. Breeder is Elroy Jonas Showlam. 5th went to Emma Osborne, Llano County 4-H. Breeder is Osborne South Downs. 4th was Briggs Bowers, Gillespie County 4-H. Breeder is Jennings Showlam. 3rd was Tanner Lott, Louise FFA. Breeder was Jennings Showlam. 2nd place was Allison Throckmorton, Bear County 4-H. Breeder is Ashley Clubland. And our class winner went to Sagan Kalaric, Taylor County 4-H. Breeder is Ashley Clubland. Congratulations. Once again, the San Angelo Stock Show appreciates the support of the Texas Lamb Breeders Association. Since its inception, they have given over $1 million to exhibitors through the San Angelo Stock Show. This year, they will be giving over $89,000. The first through fourth place lambs will make it to the premium sale. 5th through 9th will be paid $1,000 from the Texas Lamb Breeder Association. And 10th place is also going to receive $1,000 from the San Angelo Stock Show and Rodeo. Again, we appreciate the support of the Texas Lamb Breeders Association. Be sure and visit their website if you'd like to find out more information about the TLBA. Congratulations, or thank you, lamb exhibitors. We need Class 2 even South Downs to come to the RSG staging area. Two exhibitors on the lamb side. Tag number 134268, 134268, and 135520, 135520. Numbered Class 2 goats should be checking in.
Results from the first class of market goats. 10th place went to Miles Hoffman, Glasscock County 4-H. Breeder was Hutto Livestock. 9th went to Katie Jewett, Kaufman County 4-H. Breeder was Ace High Livestock. 8th went to Tinley Tatch, Gillespie County 4-H. Breeder was Avery Walker Livestock. 7th was Waylon Epley, New Home FFA. Breeder is Dimmitt Livestock. 6th went to Ashlyn Martinez, Zavala County 4-H. Breeder was South of Nueces. 5th went to Tinley Tatch, Gillespie County 4-H. Breeder is Tot Show Goats. 4th went to Ritzy Milliken, Dimmitt FFA. Breeder was Tornado Alley Show Goats. 3rd was Paisley Atkins, Grayson County 4-H. Breeder was Hutto Livestock. 2nd went to Kylie Ruiz, Live Oak County 4-H. Breeder was Shrank Show Goats. And our class winner was Holden Wise, Brown County 4-H. Breeder was Shrank Show Goats. Congratulations. On the goat side, we need tag number 134780. 134780. You are needed at check-in on the goat side. odd-numbered Class 3 South Downs and odd-numbered Class 3 goats will be next to check in at the RFG staging area. Thank you, land exhibitors.
right here. As we stack them up, we're going to leave them setting just like they are. Young man brings us one that is just a pure beast. When you get on top of this one, he just excels the remainder of the field in terms of his peers. He's bigger at the turn of his ribeye. He's opened up to the center of his body. Super, super fresh down his top. If I was going to ding on him just a little bit, when we get him out in motion and we get him to move, he wants to get just a little tight in his skeleton. I'd like to see a nickel freer on the move, you know, and sometimes those sheep that are really heavy muscled get a little treadmill action late in the year because we don't want to get them hurt. They can get a little tight, but that sheep is very acceptable. I like the way his chest floor stays up in him, tall at the top of his shoulder. Pretty easy for me to gravitate to that one right there. I think the young lady brings us a really neat sheep that patterns similar to him, opened up at the ground in terms of some face width. We stand over the top of him. We've got some diameter and dimension to the center of his rib. It just doesn't come with quite as much true shape right out of his rack. He doesn't hold it right here in his 8th and 9th rib quite as well today. Just a little softer maybe than that class winner, but still really, really eye-appealing sheep that's well balanced. So get up there and get in a dog fight. The young lady that's going to stand third. I like the way this one runs uphill, top of his shoulder exceptionally well. I love the levelness of his spine. When we walk in behind the two in front of him, though, we just want to open him at the ground just a little bit, give him a little more face width, and then we can just make him wider all the way across his skeleton in terms of rack-shaped loin, top of his hip. Young lady's done a phenomenal job. Super competitive sheep in a really competitive class. Two pieces sheep here. I think two sheep that kind of work their way out of the trenches. Young lady brings us this 4th place one. You see right through that pink skin, he is as hard as a brick. I mean, he's athletic, he touches good. The fat cover over his rib is excellent. That thing handles super fresh. But today he's just getting a little bolder in the bottom of his chest plate. It wants to drop. His flank line wants to run up a little higher today. And I think that's just that maturity catching up to his skeleton. We catch that sheep 60 days ago, it might be a different story. But maturity's crawling up on him. He just throws him out of balance a little bit. He may be not quite as long from hook to pin today, and maybe not rolled out on the corner of his hip as good as the 3 in front of him. But still, super, super nice sheep. Here's a sheep that I almost lost. Didn't grab him on the move, and he just kind of works his way up here. I love the length of body in this sheep. He stands square at the ground. He looks a nickel immature for me today. I just like to see him man up. You know, come on and open up his cage a little bit, open up his muscularity. He just doesn't come with quite the freshness and rack shape of those 4 in front of him. He doesn't come with quite that punch and muscle shape and texture, and I think that's just because he's probably a baby lamb, and he just hasn't come right there to the edge of really filling up when his skeleton stops growing. Let's give these youngsters a really nice round of applause. Job well done.
The 5th place out of this class will need to go for the random test for the South Downs to the testing area. So we'll need a parent or advisor to go to the testing area for the 5th place animal out of this class of South Downs.
Well, a really nice second class that we get out here, and there's a little bit of challenges in here. I don't think there was just that one in this particular group that jumped up maybe like we had in that last class and just was a kind of a stick out in that particular group. I think there's a lot of really, really good, high-quality ones out here, and for me, it boiled down between these two up here in front. Between these two, I thought the one up front just gives us a little better look from the side. I like the way this goat gets out here. He plops up. He's a little longer in his neck. Top line and hip hangs in that guy just a little bit better. Get up on him. He's got a nice fresh touch for what he's got there in terms of just his muscle shape and the amount of it he's got. But I think the real advantage this guy's got is when you get him on the move. He gets out here. He can plop. He can raise his head up. He's got some flexibility to his top line. He's good in terms of his hip, his hind leg. He's a lot stronger in terms of his pastern as he gets out and gets on the move than the one we got in two. And maybe we're giving up just a little bit of muscle here, but I think the little bit of muscle that we're giving up, we're getting a little more build, we're getting a little more balance, and just getting a little more flexibility in the way his hip and hind legs put together just a little bit better for me. I like that one to go ahead and win. Congratulations to you. Real powerhouse here comes out in two. If you just want to come out here and line them up just in terms of sheer power, you want to gravitate to the young lady here in the purple shirt because she's got a real powerhouse here. You get up in the front of him, he really opens up big. He's got a big blade, a big forearm. That center body of that guy from his forerib on back really, really opens up good. He's got a big, fresh, square back laid in that guy from the start of his rack all the way to his tail there. He's big. Like the turn, the shape to his leg. I like all the carcass points of this guy just in terms of just sheer power. If we could change him just a little bit out of his hip, we could raise him up there just a little bit. If we could change him just in terms of how he works off of his rear legs and strengthen up his pastern just a little bit, we would reshuffle the deck and you wouldn't be coming out second in this particular class. But I tell you, we just need to change him a little bit there. But that's a really a nice goat that you've done a nice job of getting him fed, handle, presentation, everything spot on. We just need to change him a little off that rear leg. One that comes out here in three, good solid goat here. You've done a nice job with him. You do a beautiful job of showing him. Gets out here and he really runs uphill good. Got a good lines to this guy. Underline balance is great. Get up there and get on him. He's got a nice fresh shape to him. I think the difference between these here is he gets just a little, between the two that go out ahead of you, he gets just a little flatter in his forerib. He gets a little flatter in his center body. And then whenever we get in behind this guy, he's not as big, as square, and his upper hip just doesn't have that same kind of stoutness as we work through the center of his leg. And then when we work to the ground there, he's probably not the biggest leg in one of that trio either. But a nice solid one there, puts together a lot of good things. I like him when he's out on the move. A good looking trendy one comes next, and you got this one here tuned in terms of just sheer handle. He's really lean. He's really good looking. He's got a nice fresh handle to this guy here. I like all those things about him. When we get out on the side of him, he's really a striking kind of a goat. For me, when you get up on him, he gives up some square shape. He's not as big. As you come out of the top of his shoulder, he wants to pinch pretty bad as you get into his loin and his hip there, and then he as well as the one that goes out ahead of you. For one that's got that kind of shape up front, he needs to be a little bigger in his upper hip and have just a little more turn there as well. But a nice freshly handled one there. It's got a lot of quality to him. I noticed that and appreciated it about him. Nice solid goat here, comes in 5. He's a lot like one that we had there just earlier. He's really a solid goat. I really appreciate the blade, the forearm in this guy here. He really blends good as you get through the forerib and the center body of this guy. I like the way he balances up. You get up on top of this guy, and of this particular group, he gives up just a little too much handle as we work from his rack on back. He as well wants to pinch just a little there in his loin and gets just a little higher in his jump muscle. We could kind of straighten him up there just a little bit and give him just a little more handle. He's another one that's got enough balance, enough look. We could move him up, but just can't here today because he just doesn't have that going for him. This is really a solid class of goats here. Young people done a nice job, brought a nice set. Let's give them let's give these guys a nice hand as they head them on back.
County 4-H. Breeder is Jennings Show Lamb. 9th, Gemma Chanley, Robertson County 4-H. Breeder is Harbor Livestock. 8th, Wade Hetfeld, Callahan FFA. Breeder is Flanagan Salt South Down. 7th went to Peyton McCaslin, Friendswood FFA. Breeder is Sissick Farm. 6th went to Avery Sissick, Navarro FFA. Breeder is Sissick Farm. 5th was Anna Milliken, San Saba FFA. Breeder is Carr Livestock. 4th went to Megan Hernandez, Hayes County 4-H. Breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company. 3rd was Emerson Blank, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder is Jennings Show Lamb. 2nd went to Chloe Clem, New Home FFA. Breeder was Fritz Southdown. And our class winner was Cooper Edwards, Sudan FFA. Breeder is Ashley Clubland. Congratulations.
Gonna get in there? You gonna get in the middle of the action?
Tag number 125852. 125852. You are needed on the lamb side. Even numbered class 3 goats to check in. Even numbered class 3 goats. Results from Class 2 goats. 10th place, Rebecca Dunn, Titus County 4-H. Breeder is Hammer Livestock. 9th went to Ashlyn Martinez, Zavala County 4-H. Breeder is VC Show Goats. 8th, Shelby Joe Walker, Nueces County 4-H. Breeder is Shrank Show Goats. 7th, Shiloh Purdom, Guadalupe County 4-H. Breeder is Hoffman Livestock. 6th went to Laramie Noland, Potter County 4-H. Breeder is Chandler Show Goats. 5th went to Jace Weissung, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder is 3R Ranch. 4th, Emma Turner, Robinson FFA. Breeder is Highview Ranch. 3rd, Ritzy Milliken, Dimmitt FFA. Breeder is Tornado Alley Show Goats. Second place went to Hadley Holt, Hill County 4-H. Breeder is Jade Livestock. And our class winner was Kale Smith, Hyco FFA. Breeder is Rafter S Show Goats. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Another opportunity coming up for our sheep and goat youth on August 16th here at the First Community Spur Arena. The Texas Sheep and Goat Expo will have a youth program where you can learn about kill-a-thon topics involving the sheep and goat industry. You can visit the Texas Sheep and Goat Expo Facebook page for more information. Again, that is August 16th, 2025. Texas Sheep and Goat Expo Youth Program. Thank you, land exhibitors. Thank you, goat exhibitors. Our first and second place South Downs will need to be checking in here shortly for the South Down Drive. Thank you, goat exhibitor. The ninth place out of this class 3 market goats will go to the testing area. So we will need a parent or advisor for the ninth place goat out of this class 3 to go over there after the class. We do need those first and second place goats from classes 1 and 2 and the first and second place South Downs. Please come check in at the RSG staging area. Again, we need our first and second place goats from classes 1 and 2 to come check in.
A little more challenging as we kind of walk up here to these heavyweights. They're kind of like myself. They've been around a little while. They don't have that 17-year-old figure anymore. And we're still trying to work off a little holiday weight. And so things start changing. They get wider, and they also get fatter. There's a lot of really good sheep in this class, guys. They've got some muscularity. I like their frame score. I like their ability, to carry themselves. As we move over there onto that line, there's probably sheep that have a little more body condition than I would particularly like at this stage of the game. I think as we talk about these two heavyweights here and where I gravitate to them, I think as we walk up behind the entire line, I think they do a really good job at just progressively getting wider in their skeleton. I think this class winner comes in his 8th and 9th rib, super square out of the top of his rack. He holds his loin edge exceptionally well. I think the advantage over the second place sheep in terms of touch and design, this second place sheep touches exceptionally well. When we get him out on the move, he just kind of moves a little flatter and cleaner. It doesn't show you quite as much shape and crease. He gets just a little weight here through the center of his body right in here. We just doesn't kind of come at you and move quite as nicely as that lead sheep. Both of them square at the ground. Their toes point forward. Their neck sticks up out of the top of her shoulder right. I like those two sheep really, really nicely. And two, I think you can gravitate to if you're okay with a moderate south down that's still got some muscle and got some extension. Young lady brings us a super long body sheep that stands third. Touches exceptionally well. This sheep just doesn't quite hold himself as neat. As we study the back end of his body, from hook to pin, he gets a little bit shorter. It gives him that really neat shape to the center of his leg, but it also rolls to the center of his pin. And we just like to open that one hip up so that when we walk up in behind him, the biggest thing on him is his back door. And then I think he's more in line in design with those two that stand up in front of him. I love the muscularity that sheep walks around with in class. He looks like a man. He just likes to have a little more dimension, a little more hip in him. Two that fall in here, 4 and 5. I think a really big muscled rack sheep. I think he gets just a little bit older in terms of the way his wither sits up in him. The depth of this chest plate. Oh, I'm sorry, sister. Oh, gosh, that's all my fault, baby. You think these sheep are raised in Del Rio, Texas? We will start over gently on the 4th place winner. I'll stay way back here, sister. But if you look at his plumbing, he's a little higher in his flank line today. Just want to drop that in him. He looks a little hard in his ribs. Looks like he's not quite as fresh. You touch his pelt, he's not quite as fresh to the touch today. I just like to maybe push that chest floor up in that one and give him just a little more gut. I think some of that goes along with our 5th place sheep, a sheep that's long body, a link the body in that sheep. I like the way that sheep holds his feet and legs. Very, very nice set it down. Let's give these youngsters super nice round of applause.
Well, we get into our last class of our first division, and things really started to pick up pretty good here. We've got some really good individuals in our last classes that we're going to bring out here and hook up against these here in just a minute, but there's no doubt, just in terms of our top 5, our top 10 over there, if you want to go that deep, by far and away, the stoutest and the deepest class that we've had out here so far today. And I think a nice set out here in this top 5, and each one of these bring an advantage to this particular group. But the longer I sort them and the longer I stay out here and look at them and watch them go, look at the way they're put together and then get up and handle them, I get pretty comfortable with this one that goes ahead and leads us off up here. I think this is one here that's just really, really sound. Just real balanced, real complete. You get up in the front of him, he's opened up really good. And then I think where he has such an advantage is he is so smooth. As you work from his shoulder through his forerib and into his center body, his lower body balances is so extremely well. You get up and handle this guy, and he's got a big, fresh square back on him. Get him out on the move, and when he makes this turn right here, he works out of a really wide open, flexible hip. He's got a nice soft hind leg on this guy. Throw his head up and go and look the part. I will tell you this, though, in comparison between this top 2, for one that's got this much power, this much body, and just opened up with that much just width and natural shape, I wish he was just a notch bigger as we get into that rear leg and study him from his hock onto the ground. Don't think that's a deal killer by any means, but I think that's where the one that 2 comes out that has a pretty distinct advantage. That's a really high-end, good quality show goat. It's very well shown, very well prepared. Congratulations to you and your crew for bringing out a really nice one. This black goat out here that comes out in 2 is real striking. He's wanting to be just a little bit of a knucklehead out here, not wanting to show quite as well for you and give me that same look as that one up in front of you's got. But I do like this guy. He's stout in his blade. He's good in his forearm. You get in the top of this guy, and he's got a nice, fresh, hard shape on him. You guys have done a really nice job of getting this one here fed. Get him out and go around the arena, and he moves and works good off of both ends there. You get up on top of this guy, though, and he don't blend quite as smooth as that other one that goes out ahead of you. He wants to be just a little rough there in his top line. He wants to pinch pretty good there in his loin. He wants to get just a little higher there in his jump muscle. And then whenever you get right behind this one here, this guy wants to bow just a little bit in his rear too, kind of turn them front feet out just a little funny and get just a little flatter there in terms of his pastern. But a high-end show goat that gets out here, plops up from the side. He's got some quality to him for sure. Really a nice goat. Here comes in third, sis, and I like your goat. I'm a power guy. My crew's known for that, and I like this one here as you get up in front of him. His blade is big. His front leg's big. He's bold in his center body. Got a nice shape and turn to his hip. When you get up on top of this guy, he is big, square, and massive. We need to put him together just a little bit different from me. He wants to run downhill just a little bit. He wants to get just a little deeper there in his chest and not be quite as correct there in his front knee sometimes as we get out here. He wants to splay him out just a little bit. And when he comes and goes at you, he does that just a little bit out of his front end. Get to the rear of this guy here, and he gets just a little steeper there out of his hip, and maybe just takes away from that elite quality and balance of the two that go out ahead of his guy. But I like that kind of stock. You brought a nice one in. Good one here comes out again in 4, and I like him. You do a beautiful job of getting him shown. He's won it every time I look at him. You've got him set up. He's square, got his head up. That thing maintains some balance and quality to him, especially up through his front end. But at this particular 4, as you get up and handle this guy here, he handles the least fresh of this particular group. He's not as stout. He's not as square as those. And then whenever you get right in behind him, he wants to get just a little steeper out of his hip, not have that same kind of wide open square hip and pin setting this guy here as the 2 or 3 up there ahead of you. But I think a solid goat that you've done a nice job with. Beautiful job of getting him shown. One of the really good-looking goats is the one that comes out here, and this is a big-legged, trendy one, and when you walk in the gate, I'm really attracted to him. He's got that nice cape on him. Your daily care has been great. Besides that, he's a good-looking, flat-back one. His underline is awesome. If we could change one thing about this guy, we could move him up, way up in this particular class. You get up in behind him, and he wants to close up in his upper hip. He doesn't have that same kind of shape to his lower leg there, but the main thing about this guy here that needs to be changed for me is when you study him from the side, he wants to lock that rear hock and leg just a little bit too much, and whenever you get him out on the move, he has just a little trouble getting out and having enough flex and go to him for me to want to go ahead and move him up. You've done a nice job. You got a good goat there. Congratulations to you. If you guys would around ringside, what a nice class. Let's give these guys a nice hand, and we'll get all these back out here and see how this first division shakes out. It's going to be a good one.
Over here on the land side, we are having our Southdown Breeze Drive. Coming out of Class 1, first place was Sagan Florard, Taylor County 4A. Second was Allison Throckmorton, Bear County 4A. Out of Class 2, first place was Cooper Edwards, Sudan FFA. And second was Chloe Clem, New Home FFA. And then out of Class 3, first place was Quinn Dixon, Sterling County 4A. And second was Patrick Silvers, Junction FFA. Folks, let's give these kids a big hand. Let's give these youngsters a really nice round of applause. In our Southdown division here, just a really nice set of sheep. Well balanced, in my opinion. Got some eye appeal, and then yet still have a tremendous amount of product, cutability, and some carcass quality to them. I know that, as you start on the first end of the day, you start that...
From the chutes to the stalls, barns to the big leagues, Sullivan Supply has you covered with innovative products designed for success. But it's not just about the products, it's about the experience. Our dedicated team is passionate about providing exceptional customer service and understands your unique challenges and goals. For us, it's more than just a business. It's a genuine commitment to our industry. With Sullivan Supply, you can trust that you're not just a customer. You are a part of our team, driven by passion, innovation, and excellence. Sullivan Supply, committed to you. From the chutes to the stalls, barns to the big leagues, Sullivan Supply has you covered with innovative products designed for success. But it's not just about the products, it's about the experience. Our dedicated team is passionate about providing exceptional customer service and understands your unique challenges and goals. For us, it's more than just a business. It's a genuine commitment to our industry. With Sullivan Supply, you can trust that you're not just a customer. You are a part of our team, driven by passion, innovation, and excellence. Sullivan Supply, committed to you. From the
So Ken, he's just a skosh longer and leveler in the way his hock sits under him. I just find him to be a little bit sounder, especially when we get him out on the move. I tried to break him out on the move while we were listening to our goat story, but I didn't really get all the answers I wanted. Our middleweight sheep, he's still tight. Our heavyweight sheep kind of wants to hump up just a little bit because he's afraid to get popped on the side. And so there's some few things there that none of them just kind of want to give up and just say, hey, I'll walk you up that. It didn't happen. But for me, this big be the champ today. And then we talked about that old-fashioned touch and some cut-ability. We talked about that second place heavyweight class. He handles good, he just doesn't show quite as much shape of muscle. And then we take that middleweight that I thought just was a beast. Big back. Maybe just doesn't travel quite as free today. But still, I think that one's muscular and he handles it exceptionally well. Middleweight's going to be your reserve. Let's give all these guys a super round of applause. Really phenomenal set of white faces. Okay, our champion South Down goes to Quinn Dixon, Sterling County 4A. And reserve champion South Down goes to Cooper Edwards, Sudan FFA. Congratulations to both these exhibitors. We are about ready to start our Division I Market Goat Drive. We're doing our Division I Goat Drive. Out of Class 1, we had Holden Wise in first place, Brown County 4-H. Second place was Kylie Ruiz of Live Oak County 4-H. From Class 2, first place was Cale Smith, Hyco FFA. And second place went to Hadley Holt of Hill County 4-H. And in Class 3, first place was Stratley Struby, Tom Green County 4-H. And second place went to Reagan Miller, Denver City FFA. Folks, let's give these goat exhibitors a big round of applause. Placings from the Class 3 market goats. 10th place was Kinsey Key, Gillespie County 4-H. Breeder was Fielder Show Goats. 9th was Hayes Hawthorne, Tahoka FFA. Breeder was Hutto Livestock. 8th was Grady Calhoun, DeLeon FFA. Breeder was Calhoun Show Goats. 7th went to Paisley Book, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder is Book Show Goats. 6th was Carter Sherwitz, Fisher County 4-H. Breeder is Spencer Farms. 5th went to Benjamin Sprayberry, Jones County 4-H. Breeder is Blue Team Weathers. 4th went to Mackenzie Evans, Burnett County 4-H. Breeder is Evans Livestock. 3rd was Torrey Peters, Alvin FFA. Breeder is Finley Show Goats. 2nd went to Reagan Miller, Denver City FFA. Breeder is Blue Team Weathers. And our class winner was Stratley Struby, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder was Hutto Livestock. Second went to Satin Silver, Junction FFA. Breeder was Flanagan Salt, South Downs. And our class winner was Glenn Dixon, Sterling County 4A. Breeder was Jennings Stoland. Congratulations.
Well, what a neat first division. And before we get in here and I talk these goats just very briefly here before I pick our champion, let's give these young people and their families a nice hand that made it back out here in our championship drive. Talk them over just briefly here. And the goat that wins us first class of the day, I tell you what, when he come in, I knew I was safe in this first division, I'll be honest with you, because when he hits that gate, that goat right there has extreme quality to him. He's really a well-balanced goat that just reads with a tremendous amount of high-end quality to him. His head, his neck, his blade, his shoulder, everything that opens up in that guy from his forerib on back is very, very good. For a goat that's that good looking and that trendy looking, when you get up into the front of this guy, he's really opened up big in his lower chest and pushed up there. I appreciate all those things about him. That's a real high-end show goat. If we could change him just a little bit, I mentioned it in class, we could change him just a little there in his front knee, but as I said in class there, that's definitely wasn't a deal killer in there, and we get back out here and we get him hooked up against some of these others. I think he looks very, very good out here and really presents himself very well. The one that was second in that class, really a high-end show goat, and I was just telling her I really like that goat over there a minute ago. Just the build, the quality of that guy, he's just so good in terms of the basics of what you want in one of these. He's opened up, he's stout in his center body, he handles big up top, good out of his hip and hind leg. He doesn't put it together as quite as elite in terms of his front end. He's not as neat in his head, his neck. He don't attach everything up there in his front third as good as the one that comes out here ahead of him. But I'll tell you, that's a really nice show goat there that's real solid that comes out in two, that the young lady has done an incredible job of getting him shown. We get into our second class here, really a good goat here that wins. This one here doesn't have a lot of holes in him, I can tell you. This here's a real safe goat. He's really opened up. He's stout. He's bold in his center body. He's got a nice fresh shape and top to that guy when you get up there and handle him. He doesn't come with maybe quite as many bells and whistles in terms of just being trendy. He's not as shaggy-legged. He's not as big in his bone, as big in his foot, maybe not quite as elite up there in his upper hip in terms of squareness, but he is opened up wide. He's square. He's flexible. When he gets out and gets on the move, that's where I really like that guy. I think that's a really nice one that wins our second class. The one that was second in that class, that's the power goat out here. He's the one, if you just want to close your eyes and grab one, he's the stouty. He's big-bladed, big-chested, opened up, big in terms of the top side of this guy, really handles big and square. As I said in class, if we could change him out of his hip just a little bit, change him in terms of his hind leg and the way he sets it and the way he works off of his pastern there, he gets just a little too flat out on the move for me and a little too plain there just in terms of the way he uses it. We could definitely moved him up and made him a little stouter there, better push in terms of that class winner, but a real stout one there. Get into our third class. Young lady, you got your really nice one here. Your goat is real, real good. You can tell you put the work in, your daily care, the presentation of this one here in terms of just handle and shape, the way you got him toned in, and the handle on this guy is very, very good. Extremely well balanced, opened up, good kind of stalk right here for me. I like him a good bit. As we talked about him in class, as just get him out here, he could be just a little stouter in terms of his feature for me, especially as we get to his rear leg and study him from his hock onto the ground. Like to stouten him up just a little bit there, but I'll tell you one thing, you get this one plopped up, he's opened up, he's fresh, he's stout, he brings a lot of positives in here, and I like him a good bit. The one that the black-headed goat that was second to him, he's a wow factor kind of goat. He's a wild-fronted one there that's big-bladed, big forearm, really opened up big. From there back, he handles extremely good. You got a nice fresh shape and touch to this guy. He's just a little rougher cut for me. He's not as, doesn't hold his top line any near as good. He's got just a little bump there in his loin. He wants to tighten there, and as he transitions from his hip to his loin there, got a little extra jump muscle and wants to fall off in his tail set there. And then whenever you get right in behind that guy, he wants to be just a little bit bowy and turn them rear legs out just a little more than I'd like them as you get right in behind him. I like this set of goats a great deal. For me, there's two of them that sort up in here, and between that pair, I think there's one that's got a little more quality to him. He's just got a little more presentation, just a little higher end looking kind of star that puts together a little better look, a little more balance, if you guys would. Let's give this young lady up front. She's going to be our champion. I thought, like I said, it come down between a pair, and I really like this goat that's going to be reserved, opened up, stout, all the positives you like to him. For me, just needed to have just a little more feature to this guy, but I sure like him. Let's give this young lady right here a nice hand. She'll be a reserve champion.
On the goat side, we need tag number 131801 to check in. Our Division I goat champion goes to Holden Wise, Brown County 4A, and reserve goes to Stratley Struby, Tom Green County 4A. Congratulations. On the lamb side, we will take a lunch break, about a 30-minute lunch break after the third class of fine rules. About a 30-minute lunch break after the third class of fine rules. On the goat side, we'll take about a 30-minute lunch break after the Class 5 market goat. After Class 5 market goat. Again, we need tag number 131801 on the goat side.
Ghost visitors.
Tag number 132112. Your class is going in the ring on the goat side. 132112.
What are the outdoor level things do?
Super nice class of white-faced sheep. Young man brings us one that just touches like a rock star. He's super hard and fresh to the touch. You get down over the top of his carcass, his loin edge is 13th. His loin has come together super perfect. He holds himself exceptionally well. He's probably not quite as big right at the top of his hip as some that we've seen through the class. But still, I think one that's big enough in his chin placement, and I like the expression right out through the center portion of his leg. She runs uphill really well. Very to come to the front of the class for me. I think the sheep that follows him in terms of type and build is our second place sheep. He's up-fronted, he travels uphill, he just doesn't have quite maybe the mass and expression as that class winner, but this sheep is not devoid of muscle at all. He's opened up through his center rib, he's still got that same kind of pin placement as our class winner does today. It just doesn't come quite as hard and quite as expressive as that lead sheep. Maybe we put a little more feed bucket in that one and kind of open his rib up, give him just a little more gut. It would maybe help that balance line ever so slightly. But two really, really competitive sheep. And then we've got the little baby fine wool here, and I'm sure that this young lady left his mother right back there somewhere tied to the fence. But hey, that thing's got a white ribbon on him in San Angelo, Texas. That thing punches exceptionally well. He handles big out of his rack. All of his transitions are smooth. His hips level, much like his predecessors and peers in class. His pin bones are exceptionally well designed. We look at him at the ground. We want to give him just a little more substance. He just doesn't come with quite as much foot size. You look right at the top of his knee and right there below his forearm. Just one that's just not quite as massive in his bone work today, but his build is spot on. As we roll through 4 and 5 years, two sheep that get just a little bit rawer in their construction today. I like the mass that they come to us with. I'd like to see them just a little showier. Our fourth place sheep starts to drop ever so slightly, and then when we get on top of him, he doesn't hold the remainder. As we move from the back 2/3 of his skeleton, he wants to drop and roll right here, hit his hook up right here just a little bit, and then that also helps pull that pin in together. We open that up and we raise it up and get it higher, make it a little square up through his pin to match that big barrel. That sheep's got lots of good in him. We're just picking on a really excellent white-faced sheep. A very nice sheep that stands 5 years. When we get back up at him 20 paces, he's got just a little more up and down in his spine, just a nickel rougher in his construction today. Maybe not quite as fresh right here at the heel of his loin as his classmates, but still one that's super big ribs, opened up in the center of his body. This sheep's a very, very nice sheep to stand in the top 5 here in San Angelo, Texas. Let's give all these youngsters a real nice round of applause.
Thank you, goat exhibitors. Still missing 8 goats for Class 5 odds on the goat side. Please come check in. Results from Class 1 Fine Wolves. 10th place was Grayson Crenwelke, Gillespie County 4-H. Breeder is Ruffin Clubland. 9th was Haley Jaramillo, Sterling County 4-H. Breeder is Forwood Showland. 8th went to Wyatt Renfro, Brewster Jeff Davis County 4-H. Breeder is Salt Sheep Company. 7th was Dawson Smithwick, Runnels County 4-H. Breeder is Smithwick Clubland. 6th went to Hadley Holtman, Hale County 4-H. Breeder is Stribby Livestock. 5th went to Stetson Phillips, Idalou FFA. Breeder is Forwood Showland. 4th was Steel Skelton, Runnels County 4-H. Breeder is Skelton Clubland. 3rd was Emma Geiswhite, Gillespie County 4-H. Breeder is Jackson Showland. 2nd went to Harper White, Johnson City FFA. Breeder is Salt Sheep Company. And our class winner was Raderman Fall, Reagan County 4-H. Breeder is Long Clubland. Congratulations.
Another really good class out here, and sure some differences as these things shook out. This is probably the class they probably look least alike, but I think if you just get out here and just add up the positives, these are the 5 that I like, and I thought within this group here there was a pretty straightforward winner, and that's going to be the young lady up front here, a real high-end show goat out here that I think comes out here, opens up big. Up front, he's bladed, his forearm goes into the center body of that guy. I think he's very, very good there. Get up on top of him. He's got a big square back, a big opened up hip, and when that guy gets out, gets on the move, I'd say he wasn't sound as a tomcat out of his rear leg, but he's more than good enough. The one thing I'd change about that guy there is just maybe take just a little extra link out there behind his shoulder, but I'm being real critical of what I think is a really high quality, good balanced, trendy show goat. Comes in a good package. That's a nice winner. I like him out here. One that comes out in 2 is another one I think that follows our class winner very good. I think this goat here, you got him ready to show. He's 12 o'clock. His hide, his hair, his shape. You get up in this guy here, and he's just real smooth. If you study him right there from the shoulder in through his center body, he's very, very good. His lower body is absolutely awesome there. Get up on top of him. He's got a nice, fresh shape. Handle to that guy as you work your way down his top side. We could lift him up in his tail set. We could change him a little bit how he works off of his rear leg, but I think in this particular class here, just that build of quality and look and balance and the way you got that guy ready to show, he's just a nice fit to come out there in 2. Another big stout goat here comes in 3, just a good practical goat that opens up big, got some blades, some forearms, some center body to this guy here, handles good. His top line really hangs in him good. He's big and square as you come out the top of his shoulder. He's good as he transitions back through his loin. He's one that we could lengthen him out in his hip just a little bit for me, square him up there, make him just a little stouter in terms of his bone work and his foot. For one that's got that kind of upside power and mass through the center of him, needs to be just a little stouter there in terms of his feature. Big featured goat here that comes out next in 4, and he's a tall-fronted, good-looking one that's got big blade and big front leg and a great big foot on this guy here. You get him out and get him on the move, and he moves and looks the part. Hope can get his head up and go out across there. For me, he's just a little rougher cut. He wants to be just a little flatter there in his forerib, get up there in the top line of that guy there, and it just doesn't hang in him with the same kind of levels and smoothness as the ones that go out ahead of him. He wants to get just a little up in his loin. He wants to get just a little pinch there as he transitions from his loin into his hip, get a little jump muscle on him there. That's a goat for me there that I like a lot of the pieces of that guy there. If he was just maybe just a little chubbier for me to blend all of that just a little better, we could sure move him up a spot or 2 because he's got some really big pieces that I like a good bit. Good solid goat here that comes in 5, really opened up, stout, bold-bodied, really gets out here and squares up and puts together a lot of positives in terms of what I like in a meat goat, and just in terms of body shape, in terms of mass, in terms of just the way it's put together. He gets just a little plainer for me. He's a little plainer in his lower chest. He's a little plainer in terms of the point of his shoulder. Get out into the hip and hind leg of him. He's a little plainer there as well. I thought a really good class there. I thought we had a really nice winner and a good second there in this particular class. A few guys that would at ringside. Let's give these young people a nice hand as they head them on back.
From the chutes to the stalls, barns to the big leagues, Sullivan Supply has you covered with innovative products designed for success. But it's not just about the products, it's about the experience. Our dedicated team is passionate about providing exceptional customer service and understands your unique challenges and goals. For us, it's more than just a business. It's a genuine commitment to our industry. With Sullivan Supply, you can trust that you're not just a customer. You are a part of our team, driven by
Once again, our odd-numbered Class 3 fine wolves should be checking in. Our even-numbered Class 5 goats can check in at the RSG staging area. Results from Class 4 goats. 10th place was Tara Cobble, Albany FFA. Breeder is Luke Livestock. 9th was Ella Halpang, Ropes FFA. Breeder is Gillum Show Goats. 8th went to Kylie Ruiz, Live Oak County 4-H. Breeder is Humphrey Livestock. 7th was Haley Harrington, Meadow FFA. Breeder is Book Show Goats. 6th went to Hayes Hawthorne, Tahoka FFA. Breeder is Hawthorne Brothers. 5th went to Cooper Evans, Burnett County 4-H. Breeder is Evans Livestock. 4th went to James Marlowe, Wilson County 4-H. Breeder is Book Show Goats. 3rd went to Raina Epley, New Home FFA. Breeder is Sturts Show Goats. 2nd went to Cal Harder, Idalou FFA. Breeder is Cowley Livestock. And our class winner was Hazen Hoffman, Glasscock County 4-H. Breeder is Hoffman Livestock. Congratulations. Just a reminder, we will take about a 30-minute lunch break after Class 5 Market Goats and after Class 3 Fine Wolves.
Pretty impressive set of white face sheep here. Without a lot of mass. The one that starts the class is really massive in his muscle shape, his texture, his tone. In relevance to maybe one or two right behind him, you might want to even him up and he's hooked up just a nickel. But when you get over the top of this sheep's spine, in terms of width and dimension of cage, and then I talked earlier that the back end is just going to have to exceed that. He does a tremendous job. And opening up through the top of his pen, he just gets wider as you progressively move through his skeleton. One that handles good, stays up at the top of his chest floor and his spine. His neck sets up there exceptionally well. I think the sheep that follows him in terms of look and design, very similar. You look right here at the back of his neck and the way it lines up with his forearm, the smoothness in his skeleton. But where he gets beat today, at the end of the day, he's just not wide as the ground. We look at just in his paw prints, we want to open that thing up just a little bit and just give him a little more base width at the bottom of his skeleton. But that's taken on a super smooth, well-fed, good touching sheep. Super nice in his handle. I just like to see him a little burlier on the bottom side of his skeleton today to move on up in class. I really thought that this sheep probably was going to stay with my class winner. He's just got that kind of mass. I love that about this sheep. He's wide-bodied, he's wide-pinned. He gets a nickel bit narrow up on his front wheels, and then as we put him in motion, he's not quite as long from elbow to flank. He doesn't travel quite as smooth in his skeleton. He gets just a little boxy in relation to the two up front, and I'd like to smooth it ever so slightly. But that's taking on a phenomenal white sheep. That thing is really good, and you feed him again. That's just the way it is. There's just a few small things I'd like to pencil whip on him, and then I think he moves right on up to the front of the class. Our fourth place sheep, a good smooth sheep. Probably for me, I just don't think he's quite as massive as his contenders in class. When we run out here to his edge of his loin, it wants to start to shelf off a little bit, and then it starts to roll his whole hip. And then when we roll around from hook to pin, it makes him splatter through the center of his leg. He doesn't come with quite as much power and dimension as we walk up behind him in that three-quarter view. We start to stroll him around the arena. He wants to roll just a nickel. Being picky on a great sheep. That's all. Unfortunately, when you get to this level, that's all there is. A dead level sheep in his spine, a sheep though that just gets a little bit flatter in his blade and in his rib, and then as we back up off of him 20 paces, I'd just like to maybe push that up just a little bit. It just flattens his entire skeleton. He touches
profile for it, but I don't remember. I think you can go in and edit each picture profile, so it might be different on that one. That looks a lot better. Oh yeah, that was good. Yeah. That's much better. Yeah.
Our even numbered class 3 spine wolves, check in. Even numbered class 3 spine wolves. Again, we will take a lunch break, a 30-minute lunch break after this class of lambs and goats. Results for Class 2 finals. 10th place was Jason Brooks, Stephenville FFA. Breeder is Jamin Livestock. 9th, Colby Houston, Sherrill County 4-H. Breeder is Mad Dog Sheep Company. 8th, Cambria Broll, Mason FFA. Breeder is Salt Sheep Company. 7th was Colin Faith Brandenberger, McCullough County 4-H. Breeder is Jacoby Brothers. 6th was Hudson Dormant, Brownwood FFA. Breeder is Newsom Livestock. 5th went to Cade Banowski, Menard County 4-H. Breeder is Banowski Clubland. 4th, Rhett Dixon, Sterling County 4-H. Breeder is Justin and Bridget Jonas. 3rd went to Riley Barrett, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder is Long Clubland. 2nd was Garrison Garzompic, Goliad FFA. Breeder is Justin and Bridget Jonas. And our class winner was Stradley Scrooby, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder is Scrooby Livestock. Congratulations. Thank you, goat exhibitors.
Well, a really nice set of goats right here before break, and I think some real depth in this particular class, and maybe unlike a class or two that we've had earlier, that one that I thought just jumped up and needed to win this particular class just didn't hit me quite dead center. Until you get them out here and you go to studying the hips, hind legs, the structure, the build of them, and just kind of how they're put together. I think each one of these is a little different for sure, and we could like to use some pieces and parts off of each one of them. But when it all boils down to it, the one that was up here in the front, this is a really wide skeleton stout goat here that really opens up big. He's got a lot of feature. His blade is huge. Center body of that guy really opens up big. And when you get up on top of that guy, he really opens up big and handles square down the top side. I think where he's got the advantage of the one that comes out in two is just how he ties up in his loin. He's really good in his loin. He's really good as he ties up from there into his hip, where he transitions there. And whenever you get off to the side of that guy, I think he's got a nice shape and turn in him. I think that's a real high-quality show goat, puts together a lot of positives. I'll be the first to tell you that whenever he gets out and gets on the move, I'd like to see him a little more flexible out of his upper hip, use his hind leg just a notch better, but we got other hoops to jump through as we move from two on down the line here. I think that's a real solid, real high-quality show goat. I like him to go ahead and win. A really interesting goat here is the one that comes out in two. This is a flat back devil here that's really square hip. He gives us a great look from the side. He really blends good. He blends good through the center of that guy. Got a nice shape and turn to him there. As you get up and handle him, though, he's got a little issue there where he just ties a little too low in his loin and his hip for me. Gets a little more jump muscle up on that guy. It takes just a little bit away from the balance of that guy for me. And then as we study him in comparison to that one that goes out ahead of him, he ain't got that same kind of extra feature and bone as we work from his hock and go to the ground in terms of just sheer horsepower and feature and bone there. But that's a good looking when it plops up good from the side. Everything blends pretty good, especially the front third of him. The one that comes out here next, this is a high-end show goat. You've done a nice job. Your daily care in the presentation of this goat and what you've done at home has been very, very good. And that's the first thing I noticed when he comes in. He's a high-quality one. His head, his neck, his chest, the way everything blends there and goes into the center body of him, I think is very, very good. Get up and handle him. You've done a beautiful job of feeding him because he handles 12 o'clock for sure. Got a lot of fresh power in that guy. The issue for me in this one here, as we get to the hip of him, he needs to be raised up in his tail set. He needs to be more flexible in his upper hip. And then whenever we get to the rear of this guy, he needs to have a little more flex and set to his pastern and his hock, so that'll allow that guy to get out. And when you ask him to go, get out and go. And if we could change him there just a little bit, I'll promise you one thing. We could move him up a notch because there's a lot of good pieces to there. He just got to move better for me out of his hip and hind leg. Nice goat here that comes in four, and he's kind of just a little different blend in here for me. He's a little more of an elevated type goat that gives us a great look from the side. He's got good shape and tone up top. You've done a beautiful job of feeding him. He comes with enough bone and shape, or enough bone and feature to me when I study that guy in terms of his leg set. When I get up in front of him, he could open up just a notch for me. He could be just a little bolder there through his center body, and then whenever I get up in the upper hip of that guy, he wants to play up there, and he's play out just a little bit in his upper hip there in his pin set, but really a high-quality goat that puts together a lot of positives. I like the look of him from the side. A real good meat goat here comes in five, and you talk about one that's densely built and stout in terms of his feature. He's opened up big in his chest. His blade, forearm, front leg, and foot is extraordinarily good. He gets out and moves and looks the part whenever he's on the move. We get this guy here and just get him from the side out here in a show ring setting. He can get just a little plainer in terms of his way he's put together. He's a little plainer in his neck and his shoulder, just a little plainer there in terms of the front part of his blade or shoulder there. And then when you get up on top of this guy, he doesn't handle with just that same kind of fresh shape and horsepower as you work your way down the top of this guy as either one of the four that go out ahead of you. But I think a real good practical kind of goat that's opened up with a tremendous amount of power, feature, and flexibility. I liked all those things about him. This was a really nice class to end on here. Let's go ahead and give these young people and their families a nice hand, a really nice set.
As we kind of wrap up this class, the white-faced fine was a really nice class of sheep. I grant you there are some skeletal differences here, and a little up and tighten up his chest plate just a little. A young lady brings us really a great handling sheet. We handle 3 and 4 here. They both touch exceptionally well. As we move back into their skeleton, they want to pinch and roll to the top of their pin just a little bit today. We want to open that corner out and give them just a little more dimension.
From the chutes to the stalls, barns to the big leagues, Sullivan Supply has you covered with innovative products designed for success. But it's not just about the products, it's about the experience. Our dedicated team is passionate about providing exceptional customer service and understands your unique challenges and goals. For us, it's more than just a business. It's a genuine commitment to our industry. With Sullivan Supply, you can trust that you're not just a customer. You are a part of our team, driven by passion, innovation, and excellence. Sullivan Supply, committed to you. From the chutes to the stalls, barns to the big leagues, Sullivan Supply has you covered with innovative products designed for success. But it's not just about the products, it's about the experience. Our dedicated team is passionate about providing exceptional customer service and understands your unique challenges and goals. For us, it's more than just a business. It's a genuine commitment to our industry. With Sullivan Supply, you can trust that you're not just a customer. You are a part of our team, driven by passion, innovation, and excellence. Sullivan Supply, committed to you. From the chutes to the stalls, barns to the big leagues, Sullivan Supply has you covered with innovative products designed for success. But it's not just about the products, it's about the experience. Our dedicated team is passionate about providing exceptional customer service and understands your unique challenges and goals. For us, it's more than just a business. It's a genuine commitment to our industry. With Sullivan Supply, you can trust that you're not just a customer. You are a part of our team, driven by passion, innovation, and excellence. Sullivan Supply, committed to you.
Six went to Sutton McMahon, Coleman County 4-H. Breeder was Smithwick Clubland. Fifth went to Wesley Stevens, Cypher County 4-H. Breeder was Stephen Steinwell. Fourth was Lane Powell, Erath County 4-H. Breeder was Justin and Bridget Jonas. Third went to Raina Powell, Thank you, goat exhibitors. On the goat side, we need tags number 571428, 571600, and 571672. You need to check in. odd, check in on the goats, Class 7 odd. We need our first and second place fine wolves to check in for the final wolf drive. First and second place fine wolves. Thank you, GOAT exhibitors.
Let's give all these youngsters in this heavyweight class of finals a really nice round of applause. you know there's going to be one of those classes of these white sheep that come to you, and there's a bunch of wolves in there. Because we are in sheep capital of the world, and I knew it was coming. I knew there'd be some white ones there that a guy had to work on. And this is a nice, amazing set of heavyweights. And I really do think they're super high quality, all hair. We'll start with fire. A sheep that's got in terms of dimension of his rib and width of his skeleton all the way throughout, he stays with the rest of the pack. He gets just a little rougher in his construction right here behind his blade. As he ties into his rack, he wants to set there just a little odd, and then we want to shelf off of our loin and nipple and fall to our hip. Is that being picky? Unfortunately, yes. But he doesn't hold his lines quite as neat for me today to start marching up against the four right here. I think the young lady in yellow brings us one that's similar in terms of center body. He's just a nickel smoother in his skeletal design, but when we get right on top of him, in relation to three above him, from hooks to pin, he's the sheep that pinches the most. He just sets him tighter, and it makes him flatter to the outside of his saddle right here. We look up that line, those guys got just a little more shape and a little more turn, because they want to tuck his rib up ever so slightly. But I'm telling you, a really phenomenal set. This is the sheep right here that's probably the sheep I love when I stand over the top of all of them. That thing just gets progressively bigger. His pin bones are just huge. His hip ties in super good. When we back out of it, he's starting to get a nickel flatter in his rib. His maturity's starting to catch up to him. His plates want to fall. His flanks want to get higher. And then what happens when that flank starts to run up? This starts to get just a nickel flatter. If we can just drop some gut in him, touch him up, give him a little roll right there, I'm telling you that thing is still very, very, very good. And then we've got two here. And I think, you know, I'm sure there's a lot of guys out here that are going to flip it over and turn it, you know, any way you want to. And that's perfectly fine. That's the reason they make red apples and green apples. Everybody's got their choice. But I'm telling you, that lead sheep right there is athletic. When you touch him, he's the best handling sheep in this line. He handles fresh. His loin edge is immaculate. I love the turn to the center of his leg. And for a Rambouillet sheep to be this age, he holds the bottom of his chest plate up exceptionally well. Probably where I think he outshines the second place sheep is, he's a little neater in the bottom of his chest floor. And then when we look at his pin bone and where his hock sets at the ground, our second place sheep's a little longer in his chest. And so it moves his back leg out behind the pin of his pin bone. Because what happens to that second place sheep is, he gets a little flatter right there on the outside of his leg. When you drop their head, you watch him walk off. This sheep's got just a little more terminal shape to him today. His front end's beautiful. I'm going to ride that horse all day long. And that's to take nothing away from this sheep. This is a big body sheep. He's wide down his top. He just gets a nickel flatter because of the way this hock wants to pop forward. This outside leg right here at times just wants to get a little flatter. He's maybe not quite as useful at the top of his shoulder as that class winner. But I'm telling you, young man, I'm picking on a great one. It's a great set of sheep. Let's give all these youngsters a really nice round of applause.
On the goat side, tag 130115. You are needed at check-in. Sterling County 4-H. And then out of Class 4, first place went to Curry Smithwick, Runnels County 4-H. And second was Raider McFall, Reagan County 4-H. Folks, let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Let's give all these fine little exhibitors a really nice round of applause. A truly enjoyable set of sheets to walk through. Very, very enjoyable. I like the groundwork. I like the length of body in them. I like the center shape to the center of the ribs. I'm not going to, we can argue, some of them may not be quite as thick as others, but I think they've got some youthfulness to their shoulders, their neck set. When you get in behind them, I think the vast majority of these sheep have enough muscle and enough shape. As we look at them through a three-quarter view and give them some dimension through the center of their body, I think they're very acceptable. I think this is a chance where we can really take just 2 seconds to brag on the Rambouillet sheep in Texas. This is the Texas Lamb Breeders Sheep Show. This is one of the cornerstones right here. This is great stuff right here, guys. This is a great set of white sheep. I was a little kid one time. I got to judge this stock show when it was just white sheep and crosses. And it was in an old barn, and I don't even think I could shave yet. But I'm telling you, there's not a day that I ever forget that. There's something about a white sheep in San Angelo, Texas that makes it better. My hat's off to you guys. I'm going to pick your champion and your reserve. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Well, a nice way to get back out here and get started. And good class of goats out here. A lot of power, a lot of pieces that we have out here. And like I said, in one or two of them earlier ones classes, just didn't, not that one out here that just comes out here and puts everything together. I think there's a lot of them out here that have good pieces. But I think the longer that I get out here and the longer I watch them move, the longer I study them, the more I handle them, the more comfortable I become with these two up here in front leading off. And when in that pair, there's one that just comes with just a little more of him. You get right in the front of that guy, and he really opens up big. He's got a big blade. Where he gets so impressive is the roundness to the forerib, and as he works his way back there, you get up and handle this guy, and he's got a giant back that handles square from the back of his shoulder all the way there to his tail set. Got a nice shape and turn to that guy's leg, and when she gets him plopped up from the side, he gives us a plenty of good enough look. He needs to be have a little better up front for me in terms of the angle to his shoulder, in terms of the set to his knee, and then whenever we get to the back end of that guy, he could be set down just a little more flexible just in terms of the set to his leg and his pastern there, and get him out and get him to go where he's just a little freer there on the move. But I think there's no doubt, just in terms of fresh power, just in terms of shape, and one that's opened up and gives us enough look from the side, he's the one that needs to win, because we have some other hoops to jump through as we work into these next two or three higher quality ones here that push him. I like that one there to go ahead and land on. Congratulations, sis. That's a nice class winner. Like the Cape Goat here that comes out, and I like the way this in here gets out here. He gets his head up. He really opens up good from a 3/4. You study him in his chest. You study him there to the base of his rear leg there and how he stays square and true. I like all those things about him. He gets out, moves around the arena good, and then whenever you get up and handle that guy, he's got a nice shape to his top. He don't handle quite as big and as fresh and just exotic as the one that goes out ahead of you, but he's got plenty of him there. He's not quite as fresh to me. His hair coat, just his appearance and quality, just as you study him there, he just doesn't have that same kind of elegant look as the one that goes out ahead of you. And then whenever we get into the hip of this one here, I'd like to open this guy up just ever so slightly, square him up in his upper hip and open him up in his pin set just a notch. But I think a nice pair of goats there that run together in 1 and 2. I like both them a good bit. I told this young fella here on the standstill a minute ago, whenever he gets this goat plopped up, and right now is one of his stronger moments there when you get this guy squared up where he looks the part. But this guy, when he gets him plopped up, he really gives us a great look from the side. The top line in this guy hangs in good. His hip, his hind leg is very, very good. He gets out here, and from a 3/4, when he does get him plopped up, he really opens up good and goes away good. When he gets out and gets on the move, for me, he wants to fall apart just a little bit. He wants to get just a little easier in his top line. He wants to get just a little flatter there in his center body. And in comparison to those two that go out ahead of you, he doesn't have that same kind of just fresh shape, especially as we work from our loin into the hip there. But that's a good quality, high quality goat that gives us a nice look from the side. You've done a nice job of getting him presented. Stout, heavy built, heavy featured goat here comes out in 4. Big chested, big bladed, big bodied, bow bodied. I liked all those things about him. I think he's really good just in terms of really one that's opened up and got a tremendous amount of power. Structurally, he's got to be a little better for me. He's got to hook a little better in his top line. He's got to be a little square out of his hip. And when she gets him out on the move, he needs to work a little more flexible out of his hip, just a little freer there as he moves off of his rear leg. But a goat that's got a tremendous amount of power. A goat that comes out next gives us a good look from the side. He's another one that's heavy boned. He's big bladed. Top line hangs in him good and gives us a nice balanced look. For me, he's one that gets just a little staler just in terms of his appearance and his handle. You get up and handle this guy, and he's by some margin runs 4th in this particular class as you handle him up top just in terms of fresh shape. Get in behind him, and he, again, as he goes away, he wants to close up just a little bit, and his upper hip gets a little closer there at the ground. This is a nice class. Let's go ahead and give these young people a nice hand as they head them back. It's a good way to get us started here after lunch.
The 5th place goat out of this class, class 6, is a random. It needs to go to the testing area. So we'll need a parent or advisor for the 5th place goat to go to the testing area. our fine wool drive, our champion fine wool went to Curry Smithwick of Runnels County 4-H, and reserve was Raider McFall, Reagan County 4-H. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Even numbered Class 1 Time Will crosses, check in. Even numbered Class 1 Time Will crosses. Thank you, Lamb exhibitors. Even numbered Class 7 goats can check in.
Tag 129568. 129568. You need to check in on the lamb side. Results from Class 6 market goats. 10th place was Hadley Tilkey, Falls City FFA. Breeder was Chandler Showgoats. 9th was Lorelei Wagner, Martin County 4-H. Breeder is Wagner Livestock. 8th, Waylon Epley, New Home FFA. Breeder is Epley Showgoats. 7th was Jet Wysoon, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder is 3R Ranch. 6th was Avery Grace Martin, Atascosa County 4-H. Breeder is Ripley Newsom. 5th was Ella Haynes, Brownwood FFA. Breeder is Blue Team Weathers. 4th, Kenna Sufall, Freestone County 4-H. Breeder is 4C Showgoats. 3rd, Ford Brooks, Burnett County 4-H. Breeder is Evans Livestock. 2nd was Mackenzie Evans, Burnett County 4-H. Breeder is Evans Livestock. And our class winner was Stratley Struby, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder was Hutto Livestock. Congratulations.
At first, right here.
Tag number 131114 on the goat side. 131114. To check in. Thank you, lamb exhibitor. Thank you, goat exhibitor. Class 2, odd number, time will cross. Can check in. Class 2, odd number, time will cross. Breeder was Banowski Clubland. Sixth was Atlanta Bowling, RNFFA. Breeder was Mad Dog Clubland. Fifth was Rhett Dixon, Sterling County 4-H. Breeder was Justin and Bridget Jonas. Fourth went to Kinley Holster, Highland FFA. Breeder was Smithwick Clubland. Third was Emerson Blannick, Congreve County 4-H. Breeder was Scrooby Livestock. Second was Raiderman Falls, Rankin County 4-H. Breeder was Long Clubland. Our class winner was Curry Smithwick, Reynolds County 4-H. Breeder was Smithwick Clubland. Congratulations.
We need our first and second place goats from classes 4, 5, and 6 to come to check in for a Division II drive. Again, our first and second place goats from classes 4 through 6 need to check in. And if you are a division goat champion or breed champion on the lamb side and you have a bio sheet, please return those as soon as possible.
Super nice class of crossbred sheep here. Young lady just brings one that's just a nickel sportier than the rest of the gang. You gotta like the way he ties at the top of his shoulder and his blade, one that just runs uphill with the bottom of his chest plate. Probably for me, and I know this is a little bit critical, I think he holds his breastbone in just a little neater in our second place sheep. And as you get down over the top of him in terms of width and dimension, he's just a little bit stouter right through the center of his ribs. Carries it out to a big old pin set, just touches very, very nice in terms of handle, body condition, back condition, really, really nice sheep to put your hands on. And that's to take nothing away from the young lady sheep here that's going to be second. When we got him in the arena and we had him kind of over here on the end of the drag, I kind of wanted to see him with this set up here and kind of just keep feeling of him right here amongst the crowd. But he just gets a nickel rounder. If you make a circle around his shoulder, you make a circle around his hip. From hook to pin, he wants to roll just a little bit, and that's because that blade's just a little bit rounder today than the class winner, and that's taking on a very, very good sheep. I love the bone in that thing. I like the center rib in that one. Two really, really fun sheep to gravitate to. And then we've got the white face sheep here. Super beautiful in terms of outline. When we get right on top of him, there's just not quite as much in terms of center rib and dimension out of the top of his rack. He wants to pull over to his tail head a little bit and get just a nickel flatter in relevance to those two sheep that stand above him. When you back out of him, does he look like a show sheep? All day long. You just keep making them like that, and you just put 2 more scoops of biscuits in him and a little gravy, and it works out really good. Very, very competitive set. As we study for a sheep that's just a nickel rounder in his blade, it transitions in terms of the length of hip from hook to pin. When you shorten this pin bone up, it just gets a little bit rounder in all of this. And when you make that round joint, and then you try to tie in a square 2x4, 2x6 into it, it wants to break off and not tie up quite as smooth. We want to transition that just a little leveler, pull his tailbone out closer to his pin bone, and then that sheep changes quite a bit. To take nothing away, this one's just super thick, big back, square as we come down, a skeleton, but I think the sheepdog, when we back out of him in relevance to the class, he's just not quite as long in terms of elbow to flank. We want to pull him apart ever so slightly, maybe even push his chest forward just a nickel. He's too good, he's too muscular not to stand right here and talk about him, but there's a few things there I'd like to pencil whip on him. Let's give him a real nice round of applause. Job well done.
1 final crosses. 10th place was Ramsey McFall, Reagan County 4A. Breeder was NC Clubland. 9th was Ella Ray, Tom Green County 4A. Breeder was Stribby Livestock. 8th was Hadley Hornsey, Tom Green County 4A. Breeder was Smithwick Clubland. 7th, Slade Butler, Zephyr FFA. Breeder was Smithwick Clubland. 6th, Adeline P., Hayes County 4A. Breeder was Smithwick Clubland. 5th, Lauren McKay Hamilton, McCullough County 4A. Breeder is Mad Dog Clubland. 4th, Carter Hornsey, Tom Green County 4A. Breeder was Smithwick Clubland. 3rd was Reagan Miller, Denver City FFA. Breeder is Justin and Bridget Jonas. 2nd went to Berkeley Struby, Tom Green County 4A. Breeder was Struby Livestock. And our class winner was Stella Sprayberry, Jones County 4A. Breeder was Smithwick Clubland. Congratulations.
Well, first of all, a tremendously deep class out here, and a lot of good goats as we go out here, just not in our top 5. We get over there in that side, and we talk about 6, 7, and 8 as we go down through there. I think very high-quality weathers that just all kind of drew up in here together. This is kind of the heat of this deal in terms of just amount of good ones that we've had out here so far, and a heck of a set of goats that we've got out here to line up. I tell you what, though, these first 2 up here in the front, I think are tremendously good. But there's just that one up here. If you guys have watched my boys and I judge and just know a kind that we like, this one up front, he hits me pretty good. This here goat, and you get up in front of him, he's really stout in terms of his skull. He's big in terms of his chest. He's awesome in terms of his blade shape and a big leg and front foot on this guy. He's seamless as he goes from his shoulder into his forerib, and then whenever you get up there and grab that guy's back, he's got a big square one to go with it. Got a good shape to his leg. I like all those things about him, and then whenever you get out here and watch this guy go, and he comes down this side, he works out of a wide open flexible hip. He's got a big soft hind leg, and he knows how to use both of them whenever he rolls out across here. If you wanted to get picky of this guy here, we could raise him up and his tail set and square him up just ever so slightly there. I like that kind of stock. Congratulations to you. That was a good class winner. One that comes out here in 2 is another real high-end quality goat here, and you get him plopped up, and this is a real power goat as well. He's big up front there, big in his blade, bold in his center body, great big up high. He's one that comes and goes at you with just a tremendous amount of power. He's got a little advantage over the one that goes out ahead of him. I think he is just a notch longer. I think he's a little more elevated up in through his neck and his front end, and it makes him just a little easier to look at times. For me, whenever I threw him in motion the last time, that was my decision that where I was going to pull the trigger. He doesn't move quite as good out of his hip. His hind leg, when he gets out and goes, he wants to pull in his hind leg just a little bit. He doesn't want to go as square. He wants to tuck it under him just a little bit and doesn't move out through there just quite as attractive as that one that goes out ahead of you. But I think that's a heck of a pair of goats. I'd be proud to have either one of you. Congratulations to both you young people. One that comes out here in 3rd's good solid stock, and I just kept rolling this guy up the line, and if you just look at him standing there, he's one that runs uphill. He really opens up good, got an awesome set of feet and legs. Get up and touch this one here. He's got a nice shape down his top. For me, when you get in behind him, as in comparison to them 2 that go out ahead of you, he wants to play out in his upper hip. He doesn't want to have that same kind of just natural turn and extra shape as you get into the turn of that guy's leg. But I think a nice one here that puts together some nice things. Maybe he doesn't handle, for me, just quite as fresh, just quite as shapely as you get up and handle that guy on his top side as well. But that's a nice one that comes out there in 3. I like a lot of things about him. two goats that's similar here in 4 and 5, and they're goats for me that have good pieces. This one here is big chested. He's big bladed. He's really high quality as you study the front 2/3 of this guy, and I like all those things about him. For me, he doesn't balance up as well. He's not as good as you study him from his sheath back into his flank, and then whenever you get to the hip of this guy and just handle him there as he transitions from his loin, he wants to tie in a little bit low there, have just a little bit of jump muscle on him and close up a little bit there in his upper hip, and then whenever you get him out and get him on the move, he's not flexible enough off of his rear leg and just out of his hip for me to go ahead and gravitate to him and want to move him up there ahead of any of them ones that went out ahead of him. An intriguing goat is the one that comes in 5, and when you came in that gate and I see that cape shoulder, I see the stoutness and the feature and the quality that one has up front. He'll draw you in for sure because he does have a big set of feet and legs on this guy, gets out and moves around the arena and does everything good for me out on the move. When you want to plop him up, he's not wanting to be the best show goat in the world today. He wants to get just too unhinged in his top line. He's got just a little extra length there, and he as well. He ties a little low on his loin there, and he wants to jump up a little bit there in his tail area and his jump muscle. It just kind of takes away from his quality and balance as we get him from the side. If this one here is one that would pull himself together and want to be a show goat, get a little extra chub on him, I could see where he can get out here and make a better run, just not wanting to work with you quite as well as he needed to today. An awesome set of goats out here. These families done a heck of a job with them as we work our way from one down all the way to this particular drive. That's a nice set of goats. Let's give these young people a nice hand. We'll get ready to get us division champion.
Our odd-numbered Class 3 Simewell Crossers will check in next.
Okay, we are ready for our Division II drive. Out of Class 4, first place went to Hazen Hoffman, Glasscock County 4-H. And second place out of Class 4 was Cal Harder, Idalou FFA. Out of Class 5, first place was Grace Moore, Tom Green County 4-H. And second place went to Grayson Williams, McCullough County 4-H. From Class 6, first place was Stratley Struby, Tom Green County 4-H. And second place went to Mackenzie Evans, Burnett County 4-H. From Class 7, first place was Chandler Kirksey, Bell County 4-H. And second place went to Hannah Brooks, Burnett County 4-H. Folks, let's give these GOAT exhibitors a big round of applause. Again, our odd-numbered Class 3 fine wheel crosses should be checking in. Our odd-numbered Class 8 market goats will also check in. Results from Class 7 market goats. 10th place was Cassidy Westbrook, Hill County 4-H. Breeder was Sturt Show Goats. 9th, Brazos Blue, Hill County 4-H. Breeder Holt Farms. 8th, Johnson Wise, Brown County 4-H. Breeder Richardson Livestock. 7th, Alexis Guthrie, Marion FFA. Breeder Highview Ranch. 6th, Rayleigh Holscher, Bell County 4-H. Breeder Hutto Livestock. 5th, Reagan Miller, Denver City FFA. Breeder Blue Team Weathers. 4th, Briley Weiland, DeWitt County 4-H. Breeder Hoffman Livestock. 3rd, Joseph Hindler, Grimes County 4-H. Breeder Hoffman Livestock. 2nd, Hannah Brooks, Burnett County 4-H. Breeder Evans Livestock. And our class winner was Chandler Kirksey, Bell County 4-H. Breeder is Blue Team Weathers. Congratulations.
Well, before we get one of these picked out here, let's go ahead and get together. These young people right here and their families, I tell you what, they brought a heck of a set of goats out here. And there's a lot of them got put back, and the barn was very, very competitive out here as well. And to get sorted down out here to get into this particular drive, you had a heck of a day. First class up here, we started out with a bang, I thought, in here, and I like this goat that wins that first class of this division real good. I think that's high-quality stock in terms of a show goat. I like the way that one's built and put together there. He opens up big, hip, hind leg, all that works good when that guy gets out there. Get out and handle him there, and we talked earlier, he handles, got a nice fresh shape working down that guy's back. He's opened up good from behind, and when he comes at you, he's good, and when he goes away from you, he's good and square. Look at him from a 3/4, and he really opens up good. Just talked about him there in class just a little bit. We could change him just a little bit there in his top line, if you would, just a little, and balance him up just a little bit in terms of there, but I think that's a really a high-end show goat that puts together a lot of good pieces. I like a lot of things that he does. The one that was second in that particular class, we talked about him. He's really smooth. He's a really front 2/3 of that guy's awesome. He handles great. He's fresh. He's opened up. His underline's awesome. Get in behind that guy, and he needs to be squared up just a little bit in his upper hip, and he needs to have just a little more legs on that guy, a little more feature and bone for me as we work to the ground for one that's got that kind of power. That's what got him beat in that particular class, but I think a really a nice one there that fit in there second. Incredibly powerful one comes out here that wins our next class, and then this is truly a power goat here. He's opened up big. He's bold. His center body is huge. Get up on top of him, and he handles that way. He's another one there. We could change the angle to his front shoulder there just a notch and set it back in him. Maybe set his knee back in him just ever so slightly, and he's another one that we could square up just a little bit. But I'll tell you right now, that is one wide open built show goat that gives us an incredible look in terms of just sheer horsepower like him as well. Young lady over there in that purple shirt with the goat, the spot on his back, that one right there is a tomcat out here. She gets him out here, and that's a real show goat. She gets him out here. He plops up from the side. He's killer in terms of his look. He's awesome in terms of his feet, in terms of his legs as he gets out and goes around the arena. Top line hangs in this guy good. Underline, all those things balance up real good. You get up on top of him, and by a little bit of a margin there, he doesn't have that same kind of big square back as the one that goes out ahead of you. When you get in behind him or get into his loin there, he wants to hook up just a little bit low, be a little high there in his jump muscle, and that's what cost him to finish second in that particular class. But man, you got a really nice one that comes out there next. Really well prepared one here is the one that comes in 3, just in terms of one that's fed into here and got just sheer power. This guy does, and he is stout. He is big up front. He's bold in his forerib. He's huge back. Big turn and shape to his leg there. In terms of just carcass merit, he is one that you can get gravitated to real quick. Change this guy. He's another one. He needs to be relaxed there in his knee just a little bit. He needs to have a little more flex out of his hip and work just a little better off of his hind leg. But that is a tremendously powerful one there. It's got a real fresh shape. I like those things about him. Paint goat over there along that side. A lot can be said for that one there just in terms of a real high quality goat. You do such a beautiful job of showing that one there. You get him out here. He's plopped up. Neck really comes out tall out of the top of his shoulder. His blade, his center body matches good. Get in behind that guy, and he just doesn't have the same kind of power in his upper hip, the same kind of shape to his leg, and quite enough horsepower just in terms of leg size and foot as we go to the ground to make a better run at the one that goes out ahead of you. But a solid one there comes out in 2. Goat that wins our last class. This is a nice show goat. You get out here and look at him from the side, and this guy for me balances up real good. He's a little shorter back. He's huge in his blade. He's huge in his front leg and forearm and foot. get into the center of that guy, and he just really matches up well. His underline balance is incredible. Top line hangs in this guy real good. You want to change him just a little bit, we could lengthen him out in his hip just ever so slightly, but I like that one there, and I like him a good bit. The one that was second in that class there, I think another one. We talked about him. We liked his the way that guy comes out here and he opens up. He's length of bite. He's awesome. I like the center part of that guy. As we make a comparison back to the one that goes out ahead of you there, he's just not as good there. Just in his upper hip, he's just not got that same kind of shape and just that extra feature and just that wild shape and feature that the one that goes out ahead of you. So I think a really good set of goats here. For me, it boils down between a couple of them, and I'm getting ready to show them to you. They're goats that are balanced. They're goats that are opened up. They're goats that the hip and hind legs work real good. They just look like good quality show stock to me. That's the kind of stock I like. If you guys would, let's go ahead and give this young lady right here a nice hand. She's going to have our champion in this division. This young lady right up here on this end is going to have our reserve champion. Let's get together and give her a nice hand. It's a heck of a pair of show goats.
The champion out of Division II goes to Chandler Kirksey, Bell County 4-H, and reserve goes to Hazen Hoffman, Glasscock County 4-H. Congratulations.
As they work into the next class of crosses here, I think two of them are very interesting sheep. As we work our way up here to the front of the line, I think two sheep here that I kind of debated. There's really things I love about this second place sheep. His outline is immaculate. Dead level. I like the way his chin sets in him a little neater than the class winner, and the way he kind of has that little bubble shape that comes out. But when we get right on top of him, he's just not quite as athletic. He doesn't come with quite as much shape out of the top of his rack as the class winner. Both of them, a little bit like myself, we probably could have backed up at the dinner table for Thanksgiving and Christmas, but still, I think they're both fresh handling. I think there's more athleticism in this class winner. He's dead smooth in his spine, all of his transitions. As he progressively gets bigger, huge chin set in that sheep. Obviously, he's got plenty of muscle shape in him, but still, I think the advantage over two is there's just a little more athleticism there. And I think if we break him at the 12th and 13th rib, you're going to find a little more loin eye in that class winner. Beautiful outline on that second one. Two really fun sheep to gravitate to. The young lady that's going to stand third, a very nice sheep. This sheep handles good. When you get on top of him, he's got a little trigger. Oh, destiny, see? You see if you were listening. He was listening. But this sheep's muscular. This sheep's big back, he's big-ended. He just wants to get just a little more rolled in his lines. His blade gets just a little bit rougher than the class winner in the second place sheep. His edges want to roll off a little bit. He wants just to get a little rounder in his overall hip shape. As we back up off of him, maybe a sheep that we want to push his chest floor up a nickel, drop his flank. But that thing touches good, he handles good. Young lady did a great job of getting his show. 4 and 5, two sheep that I really appreciate. I love the top line of our fourth place sheep. He handles good, he's just a little softer over his ribs, but he's starting to drop. His whole case is coming down in him, and it's starting to weigh on him a little bit, and then it makes him a nickel shorter couple. As he drives away, he wants to get just a nickel straight on his back hocks a little bit for me today. So as he gets a little tighter in his skeleton and a little straighter on that back leg, those things I would like to soften up and let him flow out just a little bit and kind of maybe give his chest forward just a little bit of that youthfulness that some of those sheep in front of him have. To round him out, I think a really nice, well-constructed sheep, but just gets a little compromised when we step in on top of him.
Even number class 3 5-wheel crosses will check in next. goats can check in. So once again, even numbered Class A and even numbered Class 3. Results from the second class assignable crossing. Tenth place was Taylor Hatch, Harper FFA, breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company. Ninth, Alex Etheridge, Highland FFA, breeder is Newsom Livestock. Eighth, Tony Cooley, Taylor County 4-H, breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company. Seventh, Holden White, Johnson City FFA, breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company. Sixth, Benjamin Sprayberry, Jones County 4-H, breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company. Fifth was Royce Cook, Reynolds County 4-H, breeder is Cook's Clubland. Fourth went to Kinley Holster, Highland FFA, breeder is Smithwick Clubland. Third went to Emma Geiswhite, Gillespie County 4-H, breeder is Jackson Showland. Second place was Harper White, Johnson City FFA, breeder is Justin and Bridget Jonas. And our class winner went to Rayleigh Zakalak, Wise County 4-H, breeder is DVL Wood Show Stock. Congratulations.
Thank you, goat exhibitors. On the land side, we need tag number 132824. 132824. On the goat side, we need tag 125806. Your group is about to walk in. 125806. Thank you, lamb exhibitors. Class 9 odds on the goat side. Check in. Class 9 odds. Thank you, goat exhibitors. We found a little bracelet out here, I think, in the goat ring. So if you might be missing a bracelet, you may come see if this one is yours at the announcer stand.
Well, what a good way to get out here and get started out on our heavies here. And I think some real high-end, high-quality goats that these all bring some big pieces in here. And these are goats that came here and they was prepared to get in here and get in the mix. And they are for sure. This is a heck of a nice set of goats. I think as we work our way through our top 5 over there, 6, 7, even really high-end goats. But for me, it came down between these 2 goats up front here from the time they kind of come in to the time we wind up, and I still think it does. I like this pair of goats a good deal, and I think both of these goats bring some advantages in here, and I'll just tell you the way I see them. The first thing that I'll tell you about that goat up front here is this thing is a powerhouse. He is opened up. He's bold-bodied. You get up on top of him, he's got a giant hydrated back on him as you handle him from the top of his shoulder and you work your way back in through his loin. That guy is seamless. Got just a notch of jump muscle there on him, but not a deal killer by any means. You get to his leg there, and he's got a nice turn and shape to him. That is a good-looking goat. When she gets him out here, gets him plopped up from the side, I think there's a lot of positives there. But I think his biggest advantage is just that guy is just so ready to roll. He's so tuned in, and you do a really nice job of showing him there. That's a balanced, high-quality one there. It's got some tremendously good pieces in him. If we wanted to change him just a little bit, we could lengthen him out of his hip just a notch and maybe change how he goes across there on his rear leg just a notch. He wants to get it under him just a little bit, and he'll turn in just a little bit as you get out here and watch him go straight away. But I still like that goat, and I like him a good bit. One that comes out here in second, I think, is another just a sheer powerhouse. And you get out here and you get in front of this guy, and he's just opened up so big. His blade, forearm, front leg, and foot's incredibly good. And for one that's got kind of power, he really starts good at the front of his shoulder, and he works his way back through the center body. He's really seamless. His underlying balance is tremendously good. And then whenever you get up there and get on him, he's got a big back. He doesn't handle like the one that goes out ahead of you. He's a little softer. softer in terms of his handle. He doesn't have that big, square, hard shape working down his top line. And he's another one there that when we get right in behind him, we could square him up just a little bit from behind. But I think that is a tremendously good show goat, and for one that's got that kind of power, he gets out and moves and looks the part. If we could give him just a little more fresh shape and hard muscle as you start at the top of that guy and work your way back, we could make a little better run at the one that goes out ahead of you, because he is a little taller fronted, he's a little longer in terms of his body, and he's a little better there off his rear leg, but just not that same kind of handling quality, not that same kind of shape. One that comes out here next, good goat. I like this kind. He's stout, he's opened up, he's powerful in terms of his feature. You do a beautiful job of getting him out here and getting him set up where he runs uphill. My top line lays in this guy real good. Get out and get him on the move. He moves accordingly. He moves good enough. As you get out here, for one that's got this kind of power out of his hip and his hind leg, he's not just as dynamic as we get him out here in a show ring setting. He doesn't have the same kind of quality in terms of his skull. He's not as unique in terms of the way he's chiseled in his chest. And then whenever you get up on top of this guy, he's just not quite as smooth and transition quite as good as them two that go out ahead of you. Good goat here that comes in 5, and this goat here, you've done a nice job of feeding this one here, because this one is tuned in. He's got incredible shape to his top, great in his forearm, center body, all that matches and is real good. This goat, for me, he's a little shorter in terms of his neck and a little shorter out of his hip, and for me, for one that's got that kind of upside power, that kind of extra shape and boldness to him, he's just got to be just a little stouter in terms of his rear leg and his foot as we take him and go to the ground. But I think another really high quality goat, tremendous amount of fresh power. Good looking goat here in 5, and I think this is a trendy goat here. You've done a nice job keeping this one here. He in terms just hiding hair, he's got fuzzy, shaggy little old legs that gives him a nice trendy look, and I can tell you've done your work at home, because his hiding hair handle, all that's good. When you get up and handle this one here, you get up over the top of him, he's by some margin in here 5 in terms of just rib cage and in terms of just shape down his top. And then whenever you get behind him, he needs to be a little stouter in his upper hip, just a little extra punch there in his pin set as well. But a good looking one that plops up good from the side, that comes with a lot of good pieces, just needs a little extra power. That was an extremely good set of goats there, a really good pair on the top end. If you guys would, let's give these young people and their families a nice hand. They brought out a nice set.
I'm in a hurry. Here we go. What happens when you're slow to the draw? Really interesting class of crossbred sheep. I'd be remiss to say that I just found that one that walked in the ring today in this class and just hit me hard. The young man in the blue shirt, that sheep travel all the way around the arena. He's a little harder to see. Kind of want to get his spine up at times. When he relaxes, when that sheep relaxes and he stands up straight, I like his top line. I like his spine. I like the way his chest forward stays up in it. When you get on top of him, he's surprisingly super big back, big to the center portion of his rib, and holds himself well. I'm not going to say he's the biggest thin sheep of the class, but I think he's the best in terms of his transitions from front to back. Trim over his edge, one that handles really firm, and then still has some touch and some look to him from the side. I thought the young lady's young, youthful looking sheep here was the best match to him. Maybe not quite as neat right in his chest floor in relation to his flank, but when you get right down on top of it, this thing handles super smooth down his top. He comes on back into a nice big hip. Once again, very similar to the class winner. Both of those sheep could probably use a little extension in terms of hip shape, maybe drop them a little bit in their flank, and I think they get a lot better. A really nice sheep that stands third. He's got a lot of good boxes checked. You love his spine right down the top of his body. He's got some rack shape. He's smooth in his transition. Today, he's just carrying a little bit more body condition to me. And to me, it's starting to catch up with him. If you back out of him, his whole body's starting to sink. All of it's getting deeper. We've kind of, if I could take my pencil and my eraser, we could shave about 1.5 inches out of his whole chest plate and lift him up and give him just a little more youthfulness. He looks like he's trying to mature a little bit, maybe be a little quicker in his time, but that's picking on a really nice sheep. Young man's done a great job. To roll him out, just like I explained to the young lady, this sheep travels just a little bit odd to me today. He gets a little shorter couple from elbow to flank. His chine bone wants to set up on him just a little bit, and then maybe he sets his back leg real showy feet falls right here in 5. Good rib, neck sets up on top of his shoulder well. It's like I told the young man when we stepped in on top of him. The problem with me today is I like the 12th and 13th diameter of that sheet, but as we progressively move back in his skeleton, we want to open that corner up just a little bit and just give him some more shape and volume. So when we study him from that 3/4 view, he's got some more mass to match those 4 up in front of him. Excellent on his feet and legs. I love his outline. He just needs more gas. Let's give him a really nice round of applause. Excellent set of sheet job. Well done, guys.
Class 3 final cross results. 10th place was Braxton Holter, Highland FFA. Breeder was Smithwick Clubland. 9th was Benjamin Sprayberry, Jones County 4-H. Breeder was 3S Livestock. 8th, Wesley Stevens, Schleifer County 4-H. Breeder Struby Livestock. 7th, Kinley Whitley, Abilene Wiley FFA. Breeder Stolt Sheep Company. 6th, Stella Sprayberry, Jones County 4-H. Breeder is Stolt Sheep Company. 5th, Brody Rader, Gillespie County 4-H. Breeder is Justin and Bridget Jonas. 4th, Riley Barrett, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder is Jackson Showland. 3rd, Tyler Rivas, Medina Valley FFA. Breeder is Forwood Showland. 2nd, Bailey Dunlap, Runnell County 4-H. Breeder is Smithwick Clubland. And our class winner was Lane Powell, Erath County 4-H. Breeder is Justin and Bridget Jonas. Congratulations. Even numbered class 4 sign will crosses, check in.
And even numbered class 9 market goats can check in. Results from class 8 market goats. 10th place, Tatum Kroll, Falls City FFA. Breeder is Gendrich Beam Livestock. 9th, Jalen Swanner, Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder is Book Show Goats. 8th, Briley Wieland, DeWitt County 4-H. Breeder is Morgan Livestock. 7th, Avery Grace Martin, Atascosa County 4-H. Breeder is Ripley Newsom. 6th, Blaze Decker, San Patricio County 4-H. Breeder is Blue Team Weathers. 5th, Carson Kirksey, Bell County 4-H. Breeder is Blue Team Weathers. 4th, Cade Rocall, Orange Grove FFA. Breeder is Shrank Show Goats. 3rd, Blake Burns, Eastland FFA. Breeder is J&J Livestock. 2nd was Deacon Gann, Wichita County 4-H. Breeder is Richardson Livestock. And first place went to Brindley Hogg, Lubbock County 4-H. Breeder was Hoffman Livestock. Congratulations. Thank you, goat exhibitors.
We need 2 animals on the lamb side. Tag 131967 and tag 137052. Thank you, lamb exhibitors.
Okay, so how's it going? What up? So this is 1-7? Yeah. You'll probably be most familiar with this one. This is a yellow box. And takes input from camera. Camera takes input from alarm. That's a microphone connected to the phone. That's video and audio. And everything is preloaded as far as like what shows up on.
Tag 131967. Your group is going in the ring. 131967 on the lamb side.
Little text boxes that basically like walk through and show like what class. And we just kind of like usually they give us paper and try to go through some for a bunch of plastic machines. For the most part, it's just a matter of keeping track of the action. Mostly just seeing like where the judge is looking and following them around. Every now and then we will cut to some so if there's like a long class and right here we're cut with Michael. Yeah, all the overlays are right here. So they're like 5 days. So February 3rd. The main screen, yeah. Lower third will show up company hired me and sponsors. Return screen is like when they're taking a break for lunch. Yeah. Get that in here. This day has to work sometimes. That's pretty much it. I don't know if Christian, you want to walk him through your setup. I don't know if there will be a time where he needs to know this, but I figure for the most part it's like YOLO box setup. Because you'll have this.
The only thing with that one is what you see if you're looking at the camera screen only. Yeah. You won't. Like that'll cut off everything in the lower third. Okay. That like left section and bottom. Yeah. The video is like behind that, so just beware. You're missing all of that. Okay. That's the only thing specific to that one, really.
Yeah. I hope to get here like on the tail end of things just so we can like show you how to set things up. Yeah.
my thinking.
Oh, okay.
In the morning?
Yeah. Okay. Well, if you want to be an overachiever like Christian,
I mean, regardless. That's just what I was told. I don't know.
yeah.
I'll never need that long, but when you need it, you need it.
Thank you,
Yeah.
ladies and
If
visitors.
something is not working, then you need that extra buffer.
I would say because you're gonna, I mean, especially for your first time, you're gonna finagle a lot with it.
Oh, yeah.
Figure it all out.
Yeah.
So that's the 9th, right?
That is the night. Was that the only day that you?
That's the only day that you said you needed.
You'll either be in here
Or the spur.
alone or with me in the spur.
Okay.
Maybe one of those two.
I'd probably put him with you
Initially-
in the spur.
Yeah.
Well, initially I was going to do both streams in the spur,
Oh, really?
but that was when both YOLO boxes were working, and so I'm going to see what I feel about running OBS and a YOLO box, having two different systems or whatever. I think I should still be fine,
Yeah.
but we'll see.
Yeah. Yeah. If we don't have to put you on two, then I'd rather just have Kale in there with you and working on the camera.
I just like it because I get paid double.
What's that?
I just like it because I get paid double.
Oh, true.
What?
Yeah. Well,
I'm good either way. It's really up to
you just let Matt know what you're comfortable with. If you already talked about it, yeah, that's good. Then yeah, on the 9th it'll probably be you here by yourself, but we'll plan on like coming in here and just like helping you set up, making sure all the technical things are working. Yep, as long as you don't have any other questions.
the ghost side, we're missing tag 132577 and tag 574085. You need to check in on the ghost side. I'm going to start talking about this one immediately. I do like this crossbred sheep right here. When you can start getting him in this weight range, and I don't even know what he weighs. It doesn't matter. But he's getting man enough now to open up his skeleton and have some dimension. And yet he holds his forearm as good as any of them that we've seen come to the ring so far in this breed division. This guy is immaculate in terms of his build down low. He's opened up enough in the center of his cage, big rack, progressively gets big in his hip. Just one that stands on good feet and legs, holds his head set right up on top of his skeleton. That thing's real fun to get your hands on. This is the sheep that I lose in the mix. When he walks in, I don't grab him because he walks downhill. He travels a little lower at his shoulder than he does his hip. But this young man right here is a sheep showman. And he says, Gibbs, you don't need to mess with this one. And if you get him on the prop, he's dead good in his line. Tall shoulder, big hips here. Don't know that he's quite as trim and neat under his forearm. I think this line right here, from the top of his shoulder to the bottom of his chest floor, is just a little bit longer and a little deeper maybe than that class winner. But that young man's got a really, really good sheep. I'd like to see him travel up a little higher on the top of his feet as he moves around the arena. And he might just be having a bad day wanting to fight. But that young man's done a phenomenal job with a sheep that really, really handles well. The young lady that's going to roll up 3 here, this sheep touches great. He gets just a little more shorter in his coupling than the 2 sheep above him. Maybe doesn't hold his hip up quite as high today, but this thing just touches great down his back. He handles good over his ribs. That thing just wants to, he is athletic, but he's a little bit like that second place sheep. His chest plate wants to get just an inch down on him, and I'd like to maybe just lengthen him out and open that hip ever so slightly. A good pattern sheep here that lands 4. Got a good line in him. What concerns me a little bit is on the side view, the top of his chine bone gets a little higher because he's got this little bit of break in his 8th and 9th rib, and then the length of his, from the blade down to the point, he's carrying some volume here, and if we could offset it by dropping some guts in him and just massing him up down his body, then we can balance that. But he's almost so young and so raw that he looks a little, you can see his bone work because he doesn't have enough mass and muscle to cover it up. He's just a little rougher in his shoulder construction, maybe just, a sheep that's really big hips. He fools you just a little bit when he travels away from you. He's a little narrower than I'd like him to be. But this is a good sheep. He's just got a few things where you want to pistol whip on him. One of the deepest classes of crosses we've seen all day. To round him out, the young lady brings us a really big frame sheep. I love his elevation. I like the way he gets up out of the ground. When you get your hands on him, he just doesn't come with quite that square coming right out of his shoulder, right to his 8th and 12th rib there. That one we want to pick that up and square that just a little bit, and maybe just give him just a little more fender here and give him just a little more squareness. But still, a really good, well-patterned sheep. Maybe just gives up a little bit of terminal shape today to move on up
Round of applause. Job well done.
Even numbered Class 5 time bull crosses check in. Results from Class 4 time bull cross. 10th was Jake Brushka, Reagan County 4-H, Breeders Newsom Livestock. 9th, Avery Walton, Eastland FFA, Breeders Scrooby Livestock. 8th, Matty Joe Souter, Sudan FFA, Breeders Smithwick Clubland. 7th, Lane Powell, Erath County 4-H, Breeders Scrooby Livestock. 6th, Riley Barrett, Tom Green County 4-H, Breeders Jackson Showland. 5th, Emma Osborne, Llano County 4-H, Breeders Stoltz Sheep Company. 4th, Chloe Clem, New Home FFA, Breeders Justin and Bridget Jonas. 3rd, Raina Powell, Erath County 4-H, Breeders Scrooby Livestock. 2nd, Matty Joe Sauber, Sudan FFA, Breeders Newsom Livestock. And our class winner was Bailey Rainbow, Sweetwater FFA, Breeders Stoltz Sheep Company.
Well, what a set of goats over here on this side here, and water gets pretty deep in this side here, and the top 4 or 5 here I think are tremendously good. But after all, everything shakes out, there's still a pair of them that I'm drawn to. They're goats that are extremely well balanced. They're good looking. They're put together good, and yet they still got good fresh power in them. And whenever you get that put into any kind of species, regardless of what you're talking about, of any kind, you got you some high-end show stock, and I'll just tell you the way I see these two. Young fella's up front, man, he gets out here and gets everything he can out of him. This is a good showman up here on the front end of this one here, and He comes in that gate over there, and both of these goats, they'll grab your attention real quick because the first thing you notice about both of them, they're extraordinarily high quality. For me, the advantage lies up front in this goat here that wins this class. If you just get right in front of him, this is one wide open one here. You get up on the side of him there, and he's got a humongous blade in this guy. But with that being said, he's still seamless as he goes from there into his forerib and his center body. Get up on top of this guy, and there is not a chink in his armor up there. That is one flat-backed one. He transitions extraordinarily good. He's flat and wide there where he hooks in. He's flat down in his jump muscle. Comes with a nice shape and turn to his hip there. I think that's a really, really good one. If you want to get on this guy a little bit, he's not as exotic up front, probably not as long a neck as that one that comes out ahead of him, and probably, maybe if you want to say this, he's probably just not as hard just in terms of just sheer hard muscle as the one that comes out in two, but by no means is that one there not got enough muscle in him. I like the way that one puts everything together in a good-looking package, tremendously well-balanced, trendy. He's got all the tricks there. I like that one a lot. One that comes out here in two, when you come in, hey, that is a show goat. That thing comes in, and he's flexible. He flops his head up in the air. He comes rolling out across there. He's good in terms of the way he works out of his front end, get to his hip and hind leg, and that guy's got good flex, good set to it, got plenty of bone, plenty of power. You get up and handle this one here, and you guys have done a tremendous job of feeding this one here. He's got a nice, fresh, hard handle to this one here. I like all those things about him. If we just make a class comparison, and that's what we're going to do here, I don't want to do a lot of that, but you had to beat the one that come out ahead of you, and the reason I didn't think you could is just this one's top line. When I get up and handle this one here, he's not as smooth. He's got just a little up in his loin there. He wants to pinch just a little bit as you grab him as he goes in from his loin and his hip, and he's not just quite as flat as you get into his jump muscle. I think that's a tremendously good pair of goats there. If you like them the other direction and you thought this one here was a little better looking, maybe just a little more shapely, I could live with that, but I like that pair a good bit. I like the one that's a little flatter back, the one that's a little stouter in his forearm. The one that comes out here in three, what a powerhouse. It didn't take long to find this one here either. This is a tremendously powerful one. He's got a big rip back in this one here. He's got a big shapely legs, center body and everything. He's got plenty of round body shape, upper ribs great. I like all those things about him. Now he's a little bit full. For me, he's catching just a little bit of air. When you get up there and grab that guy, it's noticeable. He doesn't transition as good there in his hip and his loin. He wants to get up in his jump just a little bit. But for me, the one thing that needs to be fixed on him in comparison to the two that goes out ahead of him, he's a little more upright in his shoulder. He wants to quiver on his knee just a little bit. We need to set those back in him. We need to set his shoulder back in him. And once we do that, then you can make a better run at that pair. That's just the way I see him. You got you a heck of a show goat there. A lot of positives in him in terms of just sheer power. The one that comes out here next, he's smooth as all get out. She gets out here and he balances up great. I love the underline balance in this one here. His top line hangs in him good and flexible, opened up with just plenty of shape and plenty of power. You get up and handle him and he's just not as fresh still. He doesn't handle with that same kind of square shape as you come out of his top there. He wants to play out as you get into his loin there and just kind of close up just a little bit as he transitions there. Not that same flat, wide power as we work into his loin on into the back side of that guy, but he is a good looking one there that balances up good, that I like a lot of things about him, just not as elite in terms of some of his pieces, in terms of his shape as the ones that go out ahead of him. Another one here that comes out in five, a real shapely goat in terms of just getting up and grabbing one as he comes out of the back of his shoulder. He's as good as anything we've got in here. He's big, square there, works his way back with a tremendous amount of power, real shapely, real high quality carcass goat, if that's what you want to say here, because he is, and he'll hang a whopper. In terms of a balance standpoint, he's not as good to me. He's not as good in terms of the way he fits in his underline. He wants to draw up in his flank just a little bit. He wants to get just a little off. In terms of his hip, he doesn't want to go to the ground with as much bone and just foot and substance as those ones that go out ahead of you. Change a few little things, we could move him up. That's the way I see him today. What a neat group here. If you guys would, let's give these young people and their families a nice hand. This was a really good set of goats.
From the chutes to the stalls, barns to the big leagues, Sullivan Supply has you covered with innovative products designed for success. But it's not just about the products, it's about the experience. Our dedicated team is passionate about providing exceptional customer service and understands your unique challenges and goals. For us, it's more than just a business. It's a genuine commitment to our industry. With Sullivan Supply, you can trust that you're not just a customer. You are a part of our team, driven by passion, innovation, and excellence. Sullivan Supply, committed to you. From the chutes to the stalls, barns to the big leagues, Sullivan Supply has you covered with
Thank you, goat exhibitors.
First and second place final will crosses. You need to come to the holding area. How are we looking over there, Gary? Got time?
On the goat side, we will have a random the third place out of this class will need to go to the testing area. Third place out of class 10 will need to go to the testing area, so we'll need a parent or advisor when that decision is made.
To kind of wrap up and put a bow on this crossbred drive, a young man brings us a still really useful sheep. In the bottom of his rib cage, from his plumbing right there between his front legs, that line still wants to crawl up and go up out of his skeleton. I like the way that he stays high at the top of his spine, and his neck section really good. This sheep is real big rack, very nice to the turn and center of his body as he progresses out of his skeleton. I'd like to maybe open him up in his fins just a little bit today and give him just a nickel more width. But in his weight range, that sheep still has some youthfulness to his skeleton. He moves around the arena well. He's got some width and dimension. There's just a few things we might, just tweak on him just a little bit. I think the second place sheep walks his way up here kind of through the trenches. He handles really good. He's just a little plainer in the bottom of his rib today. He's not quite as maybe athletic to his touch as that sheep up front, but still one that's big and opened up in his center rib, handles good down his top, just a little plainer at that side. As we study that third place sheep, dead level in his spine, maybe not quite as big in his bone work in terms of mass and volume. Probably for me where it gets a little trickier for this sheep is he just doesn't come quite as shapely. Right down his top is the two in front of him, and when we roll out here to his hip, it wants to come in a little bit, and then it wants to carry just a nickel of flatness out there. And at this weight range, you just got to have a little more shape on the outside of that stifle. He's built right. He just needs a couple more scoops back there, and then he moves forward really easy. That's a good sheep. The fourth place sheep, you always find those in the mix. He's good line. He stands just a nickel narrow up front today. Maybe not quite as opened up at the bottom of his skeleton, but he's really, really big rack. He's opened up in the center of his rib good. Just a nice, user-friendly kind of sheep. He's a little bit rawer in his bone design than the three in front of him, but still a very, very nice sheep to fall for. I like the fundamentals of the sheep that stand sit. I like the way he
County 4A. Second place went to Berkeley Struby of Tom Green County 4A. Out of Class 2, first place was Rayleigh Zappalak, Wise County 4A. And second place was Harper White of Johnson City FFA. In Class 3, first place went to Lane Powell of Erath County 4A. And second went to Bailey Dunlap of Reynolds County 4A. In Class 4, first place was Bailey Rainbow, Sweetwater FFA. And second place went to Matty Jo Souter, Sudan FFA. And then in Class 5, first place was Tony Cooley, Taylor County 4A. And second place went to Denver Beggs, Midland County 4A. Folks, let's give these lamb exhibitors a big round of applause.
Very soon we will need our first and second place goats for classes 8 and 9 to come check in for the Division III drive. And our Division I and II champions and reserves need to be thinking about it as well.
Let's give these youngsters in this crossbred division a really nice round of applause as we kind of wrap up the day. A really excellent set of sheep. I was pretty high on the finals. I didn't talk every class. At my age, probably people get enough of listening to me. So I'll try to keep it as short as I can. Gravitate to the ones that kind of fire me up. I'm not saying they all look alike, but I think they all have a general theme. I think they have, some elevation. I think their chest floors have to be right for me. I prefer them to be deep flanked and then progressively just get wider as we move back in their skeleton. And so I think that as we study each and every one of them, and I've got buddies that I visit with all the time, and like anybody that sorts sheep or shows sheep, they say, oh, well, good ones can come in all shapes and sizes. Well, that's kind of, you can find the good in all of them. But at the end of the day, I try to beat myself up and make them look as close as I can in terms of the way that they're built. I like them up fronted, I like them deep flanked, and I like their butt to be the biggest thing on them, and I like their neck to come out of the top of their shoulder. And man, there's one right here that does that real easy for me. So instead of me talking about it, I'll let y'all look at it all day, and then I would go home and I would take very good care of this sheep tonight because there's some more sheep shows tomorrow. Let's give this young lady a very nice round of applause.
goes to Bailey Rainbow, Sweetwater FFA. And reserve champion cross goes to Stony Cooley, Taylor County 4A. Congratulations to both these exhibitors. We will start back with the lamb show in the morning with the Class 1 Dorpers at 8 a.m. We'll see you then.
They're calling them. They're calling them. Game done, looks like.
We do need our first and second place, Class 8 and 9 goats to the holding areas, RSG staging area.
I'm playing the app. Do I need to?
And again,
My
Division 1 and 2 champion and reserve champions will come check in shortly after that.
You're actually.
Well, what a way to end up our day over here in the market of goats, and really a neat set of goats as we study these here 1 through 5, and then even was get over in the other lineup, some really high-end goats over there as well. There's some differences that get in here, and just some personal preference got to take over here, but in this particular class, it was for me a 2-horse race when they come in, and that's just the way it ended up. It's with these two here on top. If you like to, I'll tell you how I like them. You can like them how you want to, and I'll just tell you what I see out here. This one we start up front with is a true powerhouse. This goat here is tremendously stout, and if you look at that guy plopped up right there, for a goat that I think probably has a little age on him, he's still holding together very good. He's got enough youthfulness look to his head. He's got enough blade shape and forearm in that guy there that he's very, very impressive. Got a big soft foot on him up front. You get up on the top side of this guy, and he holds together his top line extraordinarily well. Get into his hip and hind leg, and when that guy gets out here and gets on the roll, he moves good off of both ends. I think that's really a high-end show goat that puts together a lot of good pieces there. He's not as fresh as the one that comes out in 2, and if you wanted to change him there and just kind of to freshen him up there in his loin and level him up there in his hip just a little bit, I couldn't argue with you, but I'm going to tell you, when you get up in front of this guy or you get off on the side of him and blends, look at the way everything blends here with that extra power, that extra shape, and that extra feature. That goat there is really impressive to come out here and land on in a heavyweight class. This brown goat here that comes out in 2 is a really intriguing goat, and that is a high-quality show goat. His front third is incredibly good. He's long-necked, he's opened up, he's athletic in his chest, good in terms of his center body, got a nice fresh shape up there to the top side of that guy. Where he runs into trouble for me, and in comparison to the goat that goes out ahead of him, you get up and handle him, and he's not as square and shapely up top. He's fresh shaped, but you get into his loin there, he wants to pinch just a little bit. He wants to round out of his hip just a little much for me. And then the real difference in this pair, if y'all are watching at ringside and want to know what I see here, the difference in the rear leg of these goats is the difference. This guy just got to be bigger for me. For one that's got that kind of upside power, he gets too frail for me as you go from the hock to his ankle to the ground. He just needs to be stouter there for me to go ahead and gravitate to him to beat that one that goes out ahead of him. Nice goat here that comes out in 3. I like this one here. Another good solid one that opens up good, bold, stout, opens up with a nice shape up top. Get him out here and just a show set him. We hook him in against the 2 that go out ahead of him. He's not as good in his top line. He's not as good in his jump muscle. He's not as good out of his hip. And then whenever he gets off and takes off on the move, he doesn't move as good and flexible out of his hip and as good as he's off his hind leg. Excuse me, as either one of the 2 that go out ahead of him, but a nice solid one that comes next. I like this goat here. His kind as good as anything in here. I'll just tell you that. When you come in, I was really gravitated to your paint goat. This is a real powerhouse with quality. Opened up, stout, big handle to his top, got a good shape to him, extra bone and foot size. I appreciate all those things, but for me, he's got to be better in terms of his structure. This he gets out here and he wants to get a little too straight in his shoulder. He wants to quiver on his front knee just a little bit, and then whenever we watch him go from behind, he gets just a little bowy from behind, and then he wants to get just a little too straight there in his pastern. He wants to lock it just a little bit, and then whenever you take off, he don't want to use it with enough coordination, enough flex to make me go ahead and like him any higher. One that comes out here at the end, another one. I like a good deal. You brought a nice one in here in a heavyweight class. You kept him fresh. You kept him toned up. You kept his hide and hair really, really good. That one has got a big chest, big center body. You get up on top of him, and he handles just a little softer there as you handle him in his loin. Get out in his hip. He wants to roll there just a little bit, and him like the one that goes out in 2 in this particular class for that kind of horsepower and that kind of mass up high. He needs to have just a little more rear leg, a little more foot size to him for me to gravitate him any higher in this class. If you guys would, this is a heck of a class to end on here. Let's give these young people a nice round of applause. We'll get our heavyweight class winners and seconds back in here and see how they shake out.
From the chutes to the stalls, barns to the big leagues, Sullivan Supply has you covered with innovative products designed for success. But it's not just about the products, it's about the experience. Our dedicated team is passionate about providing exceptional customer service and understands your unique challenges and goals. For us, it's more than just a business. It's a genuine commitment to our industry. With Sullivan Supply, you can trust that you're not just a customer. You are a part of our team, driven by passion, innovation, and excellence. Sullivan Supply. Commit.
Okay, we are having our Division III drive now on the Market Goats. Out of Class 8, first place was Brinley Hogg of Lubbock County 4-H. And second place was Deacon Gann of Wichita County 4-H. Out of Class 9, first place was Briscoe Black of Brown County 4-H. And second place was Rylan Miller of Denver City FFA. Coming out of Class 10, first place was Coy Alexander, Walker County 4-H. And second place was Briscoe Black of Brown County 4-H. Folks, let's give these goat exhibitors a big round of applause.
Well, what a heavyweight lineup. And before we get going, like we've done in these other divisions, let's go ahead and give these young people, their families, a nice hand. I tell you what, get out here and you get stock that's built like this, that are balanced and opened up and fresh and still able to get out here and look around, move around the way this group does here. It's very, very impressive. I'll just tell you real quick here, because if you got one of these standing out here and you're just getting ready to not win this division, or you're getting ready to win it, you probably want to know why this goat that we started off here that wins this division. This is a really impressive goat just in terms of just sheer horsepower. This guy here really opens up good. You get into the center part of this one's rib cage, and he is so, so good. We don't have another one out here that handles with that kind of a big, fresh back as you start from your shoulder and you work your way back into his loin on this guy. He is very, very good deal there. Still balances up front, gives us a great look. We get him back out here, and for me, we could change him just a little bit out of his hip. And as we talked about him in class, he's one that when he goes away from us, he wants to get just a little in at his hock, tangle up just a little bit, needs to move out just a little better for me as he gets out and gets on the move. I'm not saying it like it's a deal killer, but we got some really good stock that we're getting ready to talk about. Yours is definitely in the mix, and I just want everybody to know how I see yours. That's a high-end show goat. That one that was over there that was second in that particular class, that was a real stouty. Man, he opens up. He's stout. He's square. He looks like a show goat ought to. Hip, hind leg. I like all those things about him. He gets just a little funny up there in the front leg and his front knees there. And when he gets out and gets on the move, he wants to bow that one just a little bit. And as we compare him back to the one that goes out ahead of him in that particular class, you get up and handle them, and he's some distance back in terms of square shape, especially as the way you go from his loin into his hip and in the top of his upper hip there. He wants to play out just a little bit as well there. But that is a high-end, good-looking show goat. Just ran into a buzzsaw in that particular class. We move into our second class, and I thought that was the deepest class of anything that we had all day. I thought there was 5, 6, 7 goats in there that was really making a run to go ahead and try to work their way up through there and win this particular class. And then when it all shook out, I thought there was a pair. And we land on this one here, and he's, for me, he's high-end show stock. I like stock that gets out here and balances up and blends. And this one here blends so good as you start from the front of this guy. He's not the longest necked one by any means, but it fits what he is. He's good enough in his neck. He's big in his blade. His center body is awesome. You get up and grab this one's top, and he is seamless. He is so smooth as you work your way down his top line. He transitions so good and so deep there in his loin, awesome out of his hip. And his hind leg for show stock is very, very good. I like them to be set in their hip. I like for them to have a little set and just show stock hind leg there, if you will, and that one's got all that. He blends it together in a really opened up, good-looking package. That's hard stock to find right there. You got you a nice one. The one that comes out of that next class there, I liked him a good bit. I thought he pushed this class winner real good. He's a little taller fronted. He's a little longer in his neck, and if you just want to get up and grab him, he's a little trimmer, just a little shapelier as you handle him down his top side. But with that comes he's not as smooth. He doesn't transition as good in his hip. He's got a little more jump muscle on that guy, and then whenever he gets out and goes away from you, he doesn't come and go quite as opened up, quite as square as that one that beats him in that particular class. I thought it was a close pair here between these two that wins our heavyweight class, and we started with just a juggernaut in terms of just sheer feature and horsepower. This is as stout as we've had in terms of blade shape, front leg, front foot, and then whenever you get off on the side of him, he is flat back, underline match is good, gets out, got a good hip and hind leg to him. I'm not going to say he's the freshest one that I grabbed out here because that's not probably what he is. He wants to get just a little flatter in there in the center part of his body. He wants to handle just a little staler as you come down the top side of him. But I'm going to tell you, to get one that's got that kind of feature, that kind of bone, and still get out here and have that kind of look, that kind of build, it's not easy to do. That red goat over there, that's a high-end goat. He's opened up big up front, really runs uphill good. He's real fresh, real shapely, just in terms of the way he handles and touches. his structure and the way he's put together is not as neat for me. He gets just a little extra length there in his back. He wants to get just a little rounder out of his hip. And as I said in class, the real difference between this pair of stock is when you study him in terms of their feature and bone work, he's too frail in terms of his bone, too small in terms of his foot to go ahead and beat this one that comes out here ahead of him. I think this is an awesome set of goats here. I like them all a great deal. There's one of them out here that kind of hits me dead center. We're going to get him out of the way, and then we're going to go ahead and bring that other one in here and talk about him just a little bit in comparison to another one. But if you guys would, join with me. Let's give this fella right here a nice hand. I like this one here. Congratulations. Bring that second one back in class, and you can see when he comes in and plops up, we got some high-end show stock here. Tall fronted, good looking pieces. This one here are big and good, great in terms of when he gets out on the move. We could change him just a little bit there as he transitions in his hip. We could maybe just square him up just a notch, but I'm going to tell you guys something. To raise one that's got that kind of look, that kind of shape, that kind of power, we're going to leave them two run together. Let's give them a nice hand. Congratulations.
Yeah, all four of them.
Our Division III champion goes to Briscoe Black, Brown County 4-H, and reserve goes to Rylan Miller, Denver City FFA. Congratulations. We need our Division II champion in reserve to check in at the holding area. We're about to start our final drive. Need you to come to the holding area. As we get ready for our final drive, we do have 2 showmanship winners for the Market Goat Show. If you happen to be still in the barn, you can come up here to the announcer stand to retrieve your prize. Our junior goat showmanship winner goes to Kylie Ruiz, Live Oak County 4-H. And our senior showmanship winner goes to Raina Epley, New Home FFA. Congratulations to both these exhibitors. Like I said, if they're still in the barn, they can come retrieve their prizes up here at the announcer stand. Okay, we are ready for our final goat drive. Our Division I champion went to Holden Wise of Brown County 4-H. Holden's parents are Hilton and Amber Wise. She enjoys cheerleading, playing basketball, and showing with her brothers. Plans on attending Texas A&M or OSU to become a veterinarian. Our reserve champion out of Division I went to Stratley Struby, Tom Green County 4-H. Stratley's parents are Slayton and Brooke Struby. She enjoys showing sheep and goats, livestock judging, and participating in 4-H Food Challenge. She plans on attending Texas A&M University. Our Division II champion went to Chandler Kirksey, Bell County 4-H. Chandler's parents is Matt Kirksey. Chandler enjoys judging livestock and playing volleyball. Wants to judge in college at Blackhawk or Texas Tech. Our reserve out of Division II went to Hazen Hoffman of Glasscock County 4-H. Hazen's parents are Cade and Jamie Hoffman. She says she does not have hobbies, she has animals. And she plans on attending either OSU or Texas Tech and majoring in animal science. Our champion out of Division III was Briscoe Black, Brown County 4-H. Briscoe's parents are Colton and Catherine Black. Briscoe enjoys showing goats, fishing, and working on the ranch. Wants to attend Texas A&M to judge livestock. And our reserve champion out of Division III was Rylan Miller of Denver City FFA. Rylan's parents are Derek and Ashley Miller. She enjoys showing sheep and goats, swimming, and playing basketball. Wants to attend Texas Tech University. Folks, we've had an outstanding day. We've got some great kids with great goats. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Well, I'll tell you what, if this lineup right here, these 6 out here don't do just a little something for you, if you're either a goat braider or a livestock enthusiast, I don't know what'll get you fired up. If you guys would, let's give these young people here and their families here a really nice hand. These is really a top flight set of goats, and get out here and put a lot of positive things together. We'll applaud for them just again here in just a minute when we get ready to pick our champions. I'm going to just briefly brush over them here real quick. There's a lot of good livestock people around ringside, and I just want you to know before I pick these champions just how I see them. And this one that wins up here, hey, we started out pretty stout this morning, and whenever he wins that first division, I was okay, because if I have to land on that one, I'm plenty happy. Because what that one does in terms of puts together, in terms of quality pieces, are pretty unique. That's high-end stock right there, in my opinion, guys. You look at him, and he gets out here and plops up good from the side. He is dead level in his top line. He's opened up front. He's just got quality written all over him. He's got body shape. He's got hip shape. He puts all that together really, really good. He's a little greener out here, and he comes in a lightweight division, and it's hard to get a real gauge on this guy here. I'd like to see him weighing 100. I'll tell you that. He's got a little issue up front, and I'd like to change that about him just a little bit. He wants to be just a little off in his front knee. He wants to open up there just a little bit, and he doesn't want to plant that quite right. And at times, he wants to be just a little awkward on that as he gets out and gets on the move. But I'll tell you right now, that is a trendy-looking, good balanced, high-quality livestock right there that comes in a good package. Maybe just not 12 o'clock as we get out here and study him just in terms of his center body, just in terms of mass and shape, but for what he is, boy, he balances up and puts it together awfully good. I like him. That one that comes out of that second class, that's good stock over there, and man, she does a good job of showing. If you know, some nice stock today, and he's really opened up front. That one's there really, really smooth, big back, real shapely, had a great home, and you guys fed him and done a great job into this particular show. He's not as trendy and as high-end stock as this one that beats you in class. He's not as neat up front. He's not as big, and his bone work is just as shaggy and trendy, but that's high-end stock there that puts together some real good pieces there in a real balanced package. We get into this second division here, and I like this goat a lot. This goat is stout. He is, if you, like I said earlier, if you ever just watch my crew gravitate to livestock regardless of the species, we like to heat them up and get them a little stouter than some. And this one here, when he starts at the skull, especially if you can get him built like this, that's the key. You get him stout in his skull, you get him big in his blade and his front leg, and then you open him up from his chest all the way through his center body, and all that seems to match and work real good. Get up on top of him, got a nice shape and handle to him. There's a lot of quality pieces there. We could change him just a little bit out of his hip, and when that one gets out and goes, I wouldn't say he's sound as a tomcat, but I'm going to tell you he's plenty good enough. If we was going to make him just a little different there, that's where we'd be changing him just a little bit, is in his hip and in his hind leg and notch. That one that come out second, there was reserve in that division there, another one. Young lady, you done a nice job. You brought a nice goat, and you got him looking the part. You can tell that your daily care, you get out here, your presentation's very, very good. And with that, you got a nice goat. He's stout, he's opened up, handles great, fresh, all of those things, and he does it real good. He wants to run downhill just a little bit as we get out and get him on the move. He wants to have just a little extra length there in his back, and at times you watch that guy up front. He can kind of turn them front feet out just a notch at times, but I can tell you that's really a high-end show goat, trendy looking, build, all of that. You brought a nice one to town and made a good showing. This one that comes out next, this is really a neat one for me. I tell you, he's kind of a combination of several things that we want that I like in things. He balances up, first of all, and he's got quality to him. You just look at that guy standing there, and then the pieces all seem to match. He's good looking, he's balanced, and he's got plenty of horsepower. When you combine all those things, you got you a pretty good one, and that's a real nice one right there. The one that comes out of that second class there, we talked about him several times, and that's high-end stock. That one right there from the side is absolutely knockout. tall fronted, long up front. Front third of that one's crazy good. I like his length of body. I like his hind leg, the way he gets out and goes. He's a little rougher in his top line. He's a little steeper out of his hip there, just not that same opened up, just same heavy-duty front end, or just that same heavy-duty center body and rib cage as this one that comes out ahead of him here. So I think it's a heck of a show. I'm going to tell you right now that I'm real pleased. And when I came down here, I was hoping to see something like that. I didn't know what it would be like. I was here last year and judged the does, and so I knew it'd be pretty good. But I don't know where y'all been going to shows or whatever, but I can tell you the top end of this show right here was as good as anywhere. I want to say thanks to everybody, this committee, that everybody that gets together, that puts this show on and makes all of this happen. Really a neat group of people to work with. They're show people, they're livestock people, they're family oriented, and you guys made my day really nice out here today, and I appreciate every one of you from right here, Jesse, all the way around the horn to you guys over there that ran the scales, the guys that lined them up out back, and everybody else. You made the show go good. Great to work with, and I enjoyed visiting with you out here today. To the Texas goat breeders, hey, hats off to you. It's not easy to raise these things. There's so many hoops to jump through to get to something like this. From the time you start, you put in embryos, trying to get them to hold, and then you get them out, and you try to keep something from happening, keep them alive, and then you try to keep them sound, and you pray that they feed. You guys, I tell you what, you guys raised some nice stock out here, and like I said to you Texas goat breeders, hats off to you. You had an incredible set of goats that walked through here today, and I thought it was very impressive. Just another thing here before we go on here and pick our champions. I tell you what, to the families that showed here today, the kids, the parents, and everybody involved, I tell you what, if you come out here today and you reached your goal, I'm really happy for you, because if you just come out here to have a sale maker and you did that and you're happy with that and you get to have a neat day out here and then you get to come back and have another neat one at the sale, that's awesome. If you guys had goals of coming out here and winning the show, I hope you're still out here. And then after that, I hope you enjoyed today. I hope you walk out of here with your head up. I hope you got a little more spring in your step. And I hope when you take that trophy home and you set it on the counter for the next little bit, I hope it means something to you. I hope when you go, like I said, I just hope that it changes how you feel. I hope it makes you excited, and I hope it's great for your family. For the ones that didn't, and that was usually me when I was growing up, and I'm fine with that. I'll tell you what, I hope you guys did. I hope you as a family had a neat show season. I hope when you came here, you met some friends, some lifelong friends to add to your show family. And I hope when you think back when the year's over, the late nights, the early mornings that you spent at home as a family working together, I hope it means something to you, because it'll go fast and it's extremely neat. It builds character, it builds knowledge, and it'll give you some grit when you get out here and you get hooked up against people like this. So if you guys would, once again, thank you so much for having me. It meant the world to me to come down here. If you guys would, let's go ahead and give these families one nice hand, and I'm going to pick us some champions.
Okay, our grand champion goat goes to Briscoe Black, Brown County 4-H. And our reserve grand goes to Chandler Kirksey, Bell County 4-H. Congratulations to both these exhibitors.
From the chutes to the stalls, barns to the big leagues, Sullivan Supply has you covered with innovative products designed for success. But it's not just about the products, it's about the experience. Our dedicated team is passionate about providing exceptional customer service and understands your unique challenges and goals. For us, it's more than just a business. It's a genuine commitment to our industry. With Sullivan Supply, you can trust that you're not just a customer. You are a part of our team, driven by passion, innovation, and excellence. Sullivan Supply, committed to you.